All right, everybody, here we go. Today is Thursday, June 4th, 2026. My name is Rob Carter. Welcome to the future. Number one podcast / radio podcast, whatever we got going on.
Live stream / TV show.
What's going on, bud?
Take it over the world, Rob. That's what we're doing.
That's right. Good morning, Donna. Good morning, Blue Gray. What is it? I can't see. Everybody keeps telling me to get the glasses out, but I can't see yet.
I know you got to call your buddy who does LASIK.
I know I should. My wife had it done. She loved it.
Yeah.
All right.
I haven't really heard anyone who's gotten it done that hasn't liked it or sad that they did it.
I got to figure out why I can see sometimes and not others. Sometimes I can see the screen and then sometimes I can't. It doesn't really make any sense to me other than I'm getting older. That's the only thing I can figure out.
Yeah.
But today on the show, we have Jake Jackson. Do we get him set up for 9:30 today?
9:30, I believe so. I texted him this morning, so just waiting to confirm with that. So, Jake, if you're watching 9:30, I texted you. I just need your email so I can send you the link. That's what I was waiting for.
Okay, I think we have Jake Jackson anyway to talk about flock cameras and what's going on in the state of Missouri. I got a great clip on flock cameras and what they can actually do because most people don't recognize what they can do. Then we have Matt Kubler in. This is a very interesting story. So, somebody from Missouri got a hold of me and said, Matt Kubler has this story that's breaking in the Washington Post. Now, he sent me a message late last night that said it's not going to be in the Post today. It was supposed to be. Now he thinks it's going to be Thursday or Saturday, Sunday. I think they might be doing the stall tactic on this guy. But bottom line is,
the pressure comes down from the top that way.
I don't know what's going on. So here's the story. Wait a minute. Let me get that.
Here's the story.
So Joe Price was a Navy SEAL commander, SEAL Team 4, Navy SEAL commander. He was found dead in his bed in Afghanistan, right? This is like 12 through 14, somewhere in that time frame. I should know that, but I don't. And it was ruled by the SEALs as a suicide. Family got involved. They thought, the family's looking at it, though, it's not honorable for a Navy SEAL to commit suicide. So they didn't believe that he committed suicide. They didn't buy it. They turned it over to Matt Kubler, and I think he was a affiliate of the family, loosely. He said he wasn't best friends with the guy, but he knew him. He was in the SEALs with him. I think he had some relationship to him. I think grew up in the same hometown. Mm-hmm. And he is an investigator, law enforcement guy. So he gets the information, starts sorting through it, does the forensics and starts, doing his own investigation. And he deems that this was a murder cover-up. Wow. And he told this information to Pete Hegseth, got it to Donald Trump Jr. He tells me that both of them said they were going to take action once they got into office. They've been there for 15, 16, 17 months. What is it now? I'm not even sure how long they've been in office. 17, 18 months? Yeah, almost. Yes. Yeah. 17 months.
18 months almost. Yeah.
And nothing has happened. So he's trying to get the story out. He made a promise to to Joe Price's father that he would clear his name. And he said, if I have to work till my last dying breath, that's what I'm going to do. He's on the show today at 10 o'clock. His name is Matt Kubler. Then we have Act 4 Missouri. I guess we'll talk about all these amendments. I'm not exactly sure what they got on the schedule for today, but Act 4 Missouri, as always, on. I think we're going to move them back to 11 today, and we'll give them plenty of time. I know people are like, I saw somebody on when he put out the
30 minutes isn't enough. I know.
Yeah, we put out the preview. They said it's not enough time for Act 4 Missouri, but there's some amendments going on in local politics that we want to talk about, get their opinion on them. And then at 11:30 or somewhere around that time, we'll have Robb Workman on the show. Robb he has been outspoken against the dangers of Wi-Fi in the homes. He does home inspections for people to, because he says it's just dirty energy. And the things that are going through the air with Wi-Fi can be very destructive on the body. He has a story to tell. It messed up his body. And so he, like I said, he does home inspections to clean up your home to make sure that you're not getting poisoned by Wi-Fi. I think he'll probably talk about data centers as well. So Robb Workman on right around 11:30. Where do we want to start today? I think I want to start with just one of the stories that we had yesterday was about, I said this Trump Bibi Netanyahu brouhaha was theater. And then I saw several people last night make the same commentary. They didn't explain it exactly like me, but the same commentary, including Nick Fuentes. So Nick Fuentes said, same thing as me. This is just more theater. You got the pressure coming on Donald Trump because of all of the attachment to Israel. People are starting to question it. And now he has to push back and act like he's the leader and he's in charge. So he says, so there's a leaked report that he's screaming and yelling at Bibi Netanyahu. And both of them do interviews right afterwards, very softball interviews. It just seems obviously scripted to me. Let's hear how Nick Fuentes described it. Clip number 10, Isaiah. Same thing as I'm saying. I heard 2 or 3 commentators last night say this feels like it's obvious, just scripted propaganda to shape public opinion. And I agree with it 100% because I talked about it yesterday morning. So they're just, agreeing with me. Clip number 10.
What in the world?
What happened?
I don't know. It disappeared.
You want it?
I got it right here.
Did you see it already?
Oh yeah, I saw it, but I swear I downloaded it.
See? You're getting the same problems I get.
I know.
Everybody, like and share, please. Like and share, like and share. That's how we beat the system, if you will. So like and share, like and share, like and share, pretty please, with sugar on top. Like and share as best you can. Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook. And then you're going to post it later on tonight on Spotify. What time do you normally post Spotify?
It just depends on the day, to be honest, just because of what I got going on. But I try to get it before like around 7 p.m. the latest.
Gotcha.
That's my goal. Sometimes it's like 10 p.m. But all right, here we go. Got it.
You're invading Lebanon. You're going to make everyone hate Israel. How could you do this? I got you out of jail. You owe me. This is literally the conversation. And then this story about the conversation was planted in the press today. And we are all supposed to believe that Trump is very unhappy with Netanyahu. And you know what is the punchline about this? This is exactly what Joe Biden did throughout 2024. You might remember when the genocide was ongoing in Gaza, when it was the most intense that it ever was, Biden was begging Netanyahu to stop. Please stop killing them. Please, it's ruining my presidency. Please, you're costing us the election. And Netanyahu refused. Netanyahu was taking foreign aid with both hands, and then he was doing whatever he wanted to do. And so what Biden would do in response is he would leak these types of stories, exactly this, to the Washington Post. And so every month you would get a story. Biden and Netanyahu had a very bad phone call. Biden said, listen up, Jack. We are not happy. And this just goes to show the impotence of the United States. We can do nothing. This is all we can do to Israel. Israel is 100% dependent on us. We are fighting their wars. Our president is doing personal and political favors for this government. And we cannot get them to do anything. Our economy is about to fucking explode. We're talking about gas shortages in September. Okay? We are running out of fuel. It's over. It's already over. Even if the strait opens tomorrow, it's over. The economy's crashing. We're running out of gas. Trump is trying as hard as he can, I believe, to end the conflict, and Netanyahu won't do it. There is nothing we can do to change the situation. This is what we have to resort to. We have to go and...
It's funny because check this out. One of our listeners says, Rob, you seem to have changed your stance on Nick. I remember you saying back in the day, to mark your words, he's designed to create havoc. Have you changed your mind because Isaiah seems to like him? Absolutely not.
That's what we talk about all the time. I
talk about it all the time. If you're not a frequent listener, I play clips of things that I agree with, just the statement itself, not the person. I don't know anything about Nick Fuentes. I think we've questioned whether he is just a Fed who's trying to create drama and conversation. So I haven't changed my stance on him, but for the most part, I agree with what he's saying there. I don't know. Gas prices are down in Florida.
I think you also recognize the influence he has over younger people under 35.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So, there's a lot of influence there. So I like to play clips of people that are very influential, what shapes public opinion. I like to get it out there into the public, and you can make your own decision as to what you think of Nick Fuentes. I try not to make, my opinions are my own, right? I do a show, I create content because I have an opinion on just about everything because I'm glued to it every day. But that does not mean that because I play a clip from Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens or anybody for that matter, that I necessarily endorse that person. When I play a clip, I'm either talking about not agreeing with the clip or agreeing with the clip. That's really what it boils down to. So that's where I'm coming from. And who is that from? Ethan? What's
El Shankovich?
Elshankovich. I love that name.
I know.
Elshankovich. It sounds like my golfer when you shake a golf ball. Elshankovich.
Exactly.
But that's where I'm coming from, my friend. That is, it's don't put too much into it when I play a clip, because I do get that a lot. Isaiah, remember when I was on the show, on the radio show, I'd get that a lot. If I played a clip from somebody, they would automatically think I was endorsing them, which I guess maybe that's the way most people do it. But I am just somebody who says, if I agree with this comment, I'm going to play it.
Yeah, it's like Candace Owens too. It's like, okay, hey, Candace is great, but she's vacationing in Russia right now, right?
You just never know with these people.
Great, but he just bought a house in Qatar. It's like.
Can I give a once over, because we talked about it yesterday, and you never know, when people are listening or how they're listening, and if they, might have missed yesterday's show. But I see it as the world is relatively connected. The only country I really don't know where they're coming from is Russia. Russia may be on the outskirts of everything else, but I think the majority of the world is completely connected, and probably Russia too. I don't think we have sovereign states like everybody believes that we do. I just don't believe that. And it doesn't make sense what's going on in our government to say that our government is working on behalf of the citizens. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, even if you look at what's going on in Missouri, if you push back against the Republican talking points, if you push back against their agenda, they begin to attack you. How many times have they said China? We played it yesterday with Dave Schatz. If you disagree with AI data centers in your backyard in a small town in Missouri, that's because China is filling you up. There's actually an article right now in Fox News Digital that basically says China is behind the bad press that the AI data centers are getting. China, everything's China. It's just amazing. But I don't think the world is the way we perceive it to be, or the way we used to perceive it to be. And I think the big difference is young people are, because of social media, they can see all of this. I think that's where the divide begins. I think younger people under the age of 35, they just don't watch television. They just don't watch it. They're on their phones all the time, or they're on their computers. They get their information from social media outlets. That's where they get their information. And when you get your information from social media outlets, you can get different pieces of information on all of them. You can get information on Instagram. You can get information on Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook, Gab. I mean, there's a million of them, right? And the information in totality is out there on social media. So if you were to look at getting your information from Fox News or CNN or MS Now or MSNBC, I don't, whatever people want to call it. If you get your information from that group, that corporate news, it's about this big. It's about an inch. If you get your information from social media, where all of the information is compiled out there, now there's a lot of pitfalls in social media. I think you'd agree with that, Isaiah. You can get a lot of misinformation on. You got to be a journalist of some sort. You got to check these things. You can't just hear it and go, "Oh my God, did you hear that?" Because a lot of it is fake.
Yeah, there's a big misinformation thing going around right now, saying Erica Kirk's going to host the UFC event at the White House.
I saw that this morning, right? And then Leah Piles, she's got a big platform. She reposting because, is this real? I didn't think it was real, so I didn't even I saw it, but it's not going to be on the show today. But I think if you get your information from social media in totality, and you actually know how to discern information, you know how to check information, you know how to find out whether information is true or not. If you lay all those things together, the information in corporate media is about an inch. The information that you can get on social media is about 2 feet. Big difference. There's a lot more information out there to absorb. I think the disconnect between Israel, I think the disconnect between what the boomer generation believes versus what the people under age of 35 believe primarily comes from just where you're getting information from and what you believe. Boomers believe that if you go to the internet and social media, that's just, they don't understand it as well because they didn't grow up on it. They didn't, they weren't born with a cell phone in their hand. So when they get that information, they don't necessarily believe it. They don't trust it. They don't know how to discern it necessarily. And I'm not saying all boomers, but I'm speaking in generalities right now. But then if you go to the younger generation, they do know how to discern it for the most part. They do know how to find out whether information is real. And they see a completely different picture as to what's going on in the world than, the older generation does. And I think that's really where the divide begins. Yeah. I wanted to play this too, Isaiah, because you mentioned the UFC fight. So I guess Donald Trump is going to host a UFC fight in Washington, D.C. I find this very interesting because he is restricting, or the higher-ups at the UFC are restricting Sean Strickland from being on the card. And I guess he's a very well-known UFC fighter. I'm not into the UFC necessarily. I know about it, but I don't know enough about it to be.
Before we go into that, we got to give our title sponsor a shout-out, People's Lobby Mo.
You want to do that first?
Yes, absolutely.
You must have it queued up.
Yeah, got it ready to go.
All right, well, can I give a shout out to People's Lobby Mo and just some of the good things that are beginning to happen, because it is starting to take shape for us. I was talking to some people with PLMO yesterday, And we've got two things on the agenda that are starting to work for us. The constitutional sheriff legislation did pass. That was something that was on our agenda. So we got that done. We have the Lieutenant Governor, David Wassinger, pushing for video in the Senate. That's something we hope to get done in the next session. We have been talking about AI data centers and, just the taxation, the weight that's going to put on resources in Missouri. I'm fully against the development of AI, these big 1 gig hyperscale AI data centers, unless we have a big conversation about it as a country, as a state. That needs to be a long conversation. We're talking about big changes to our economy, our resources, everything in the state of Missouri changes when you start taking up land and resources to build hyperscale 1 gig AI surveillance / data centers without any conversation. I just think that is a big mistake. So, we're starting to create enough noise to where people are starting to pay attention to what we have to say. A lot of affiliate groups are starting to join in, and we're starting to do what I hoped would happen at the very beginning of People's Lobby Missouri, and that is Act for Missouri, Shield Maidens, this root coalition that we had with Dana Bowers on yesterday. Some of these groups that are like-minded, we may not agree on everything, but we do agree in better government. We agree that the government should be responsive to its people, and that word is beginning to spread, and you're starting to see other people get a little bit more courageous. Jake Jackson is hilarious because of the way he goes after these people. I mean, it is very, for a 56-year-old man, it'd be very difficult for me to use the language that he does and go after the people the way he does. But at some level, it is very effective because what it does is it shows how adversarial some people in the legislature, in government, I guess I should say, because it's local and state, how adversarial they are when you disagree with them. I mean, it's like we were talking about with Kirk Hilsinger. He's labeling everybody a Chinese, like we're getting money from China because we don't like AI data centers. And they kind of put you in this box and try to frame you. And I just think it's absurd and ridiculous. And I think People's Lobby Missouri deserves credit because we made enough noise now to start getting action in the state of Missouri. So yeah. People's Lobby Mo, peopleslobbymo.com. We need as many donations as we can get. We are your voice. We will be your voice, not just in the state of Missouri. It's a Missouri lobby organization, but it's 501c4. It's not for profit. But this is a nationwide effort. We want to be a template. Everything we do is a template. We think Missouri is in the heartland. We're right in the heart of the country. If we can get things done in the state of Missouri, it will begin to manifest itself around the country. And we need it desperately. The country is in turmoil, as Nick Fuentes was saying. We got some issues to take care of, Isaiah. I'll put it to you that way. So as many donations, we want small donations. That is the perfect scenario for us. Again, our goal over the course of the next however long it takes is $5, 10,000 people, $5 a month. And then all of a sudden we can advertise, we can buy billboards, we can travel, we can build an infrastructure, we can do all the things that People's Lobby Missouri.com, peopleslobbymo.com had in store from the get-go. peopleslobbymo.com. Any kind of contribution you can make would be greatly appreciated. If you can't afford it, we get it. If you don't have the money, if you don't even have $5 or $10 a month, we get it. But if you want to sign up so that we can communicate with you, that would be wonderful as well. All right, let me get to this UFC real fast. So this is Bryce Mitchell. Let's start with Sean Strickland, clip number 12. So this is the guy, big, I guess a big name in UFC fighting. You pay attention to UFC fighting at all, Isaiah?
Oh, yeah. I have a buddy that was a boxer, and he wanted to get kind of into MMA, but he kind of kept hurting himself when he was in boxing, so he didn't get too much into it. But we watch a lot of the MMA fights. I won't say every single one, but
you do. So you check it out.
Yeah,
you're down with it. Okay, let's check. Let's look at it. This is Sean Strickland. Now he's kind of being funny because he got a call from. He's been very critical of our relationship with Israel. Has not been happy about it. He's been outspoken about it. The UFC is very tied to Donald Trump. Donald Trump goes to the main events with Dana White, and they become kind of a duo. They advertise together. They hang together. They are friends. So Sean Strickland, one of the fighters, has been outspoken against, I guess, Trump and Israel for that matter. And they called him up. They have this big fight at the White House. They're going to have a big event at the White House. And Sean Strickland was told he is not invited. Good morning, Elaine. All right, check it out. Here is what Sean Strickland had to say on social media yesterday.
I'm not surprised, but I got the call. I got the call. the UFC higher ups called me, big names, and they said, Sean, I gotta apologize, but you're not Israeli enough to go to UFC 250 Israel edition. The White House didn't clear you, and I'm not really surprised. I'm not really surprised. So, I think moving forward, I would like to just apologize to Israel. I'd like to say I'm sorry. I'd like to apologize to Trump, and I just want to prove that I'm Israeli enough for you guys. Like, for instance, whenever the list disappeared, and Trump goes out there and says to everybody that he can't really go into it because people that by association will get prosecuted and their names will be tarnished. I want to apologize because I don't want them to be prosecuted. Or when Trump goes and bombs the fuck out of Iran that no Americans agree with, that cost Americans $5,000 to $15,000 to go fight Israel's war. I want to apologize. Sorry, I've been a critic of that. My allegiance was apparently in the wrong place, and I just want to apologize. Or when Trump goes out there and says, hey, Trump, your approval ratings are the lowest it's ever been across all demographics. And Trump says, well, you know what? I have a 99% approval rate in Israel. I want to apologize, and I want to repent, Apparently, I'm not American enough to go to Freedom 250, but I still got my ticket. So maybe we'll just go. I'll bring the bell, and we'll just stand outside the gate, and we'll just let them know what we really think about Trump and Israel.
You see the difference with the age groups, though? You see
Yeah.
what I mean? So he knows that he's talking to an audience that agrees with him.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really interesting dynamic that we have going on in the country with the just complete. You see what is happening with real information being available to people. Not easy to find, Isaiah. I think you would agree with me. It's not easy necessarily to weed through all of the misinformation that is out there, both on corporate television and on social media. But the divide is really interesting to me. Very easy to see. I think it's real.
Yeah.
And I think that at some point we're gonna have to have some kind of come to Jesus.
Come to Jesus moment.
We're on the same page.
Yeah.
So that we're on the same page. I mean, we're really working off of two different scenarios completely. There's a group of people that think Israel is the chosen people, and that it doesn't matter whether we follow the Constitution, it doesn't matter what we do, we must take care of Israel no matter what. This is what people believe. And then you have the other side that says, wait a minute, I think we're putting too much time and energy into Israel, and we've got to do something about it because we're getting into wars nonstop. This is a country that bombed a USS warship in 1967. I've had 3 of those people on the show, USS Liberty. How can you make an ally, share technology, share military secrets with a country that intentionally bombed a USS Navy spy ship? How can it just doesn't make any sense? And because they've hidden that information from everybody, nobody even asked the question because they don't know anything about it. Very difficult situation to be in as a country when a large portion of our country believes and or knows, however you want to look at it, that Israel intentionally bombed a USS Navy spy ship on purpose. The survivors witnessed it, said, yes, Israel did it on purpose. We saw them. We saw what they did. We know exactly what was happening. We had our flag flying. Israel said it was a mistake. They say it wasn't. No conversation about it. These guys have been hushed up all the way back to 1967. But because of Candace Owens and young people hearing the story, they're like, well, we don't trust Israel now. We don't trust that Israel has the best intentions for America. We believe that we're being used as a proxy to fight their battles. Now, I don't know whether that's true either, Isaiah. I'm not saying that that's my opinion. I'm just saying that is the divide between young and old. So you got to hear what Sean Strickland said. He said, I'm against the relationship with the United States and Israel. I believe that we're fighting their wars. I don't want to be in Iran. I've spoke out about it. And now I can't fight in this because I guess he's a major player. I can't fight in the upcoming America 250 event with the UFC at the White House. Very interesting, right? This is the anti-free speech thing. So let's bring in Bryce Mitchell. Now, Bryce Mitchell was a big Donald Trump supporter at one time. I mean, a big Donald Trump supporter at one time. He has turned sour on Donald Trump. He's doing a press conference. He's asked about Sean Strickland. He's asked about freedom of speech. He's asked about these things. This is another fighter, another UFC fighter who's learning that Sean Strickland has been uninvited to the big main event at the White House. And here's how Bryce Mitchell responded. Clip number 11.
See that Sean Strickland got banned from the White House for talking about Israel?
I'm not surprised at all. I mean, freedom of speech is what really makes this country great. And when you can't criticize a foreign nation, come on, man. We ought to be able to criticize our own nation, let alone a foreign nation. In fact, that's the only nation you're not allowed to criticize. So something's going to change because evil empires don't last forever. There's always a rebellion. You ever seen Star Wars? That's what's going to happen, bro. Darth Vader's going to get took down.
What are your thoughts on the UFC White House just in general? Like, obviously you said that you didn't really want to be on the card anymore, but it's such a spectacle, right?
I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay.
I do want to be on the card.
You do want to be on the card.
I do. And this is what I got to say. First off, I ain't jealous of any of those fighters. I'm so happy for those fighters. I don't think you could have got a better main event. I'm happy for every single last fighter on that card. If they need me to fill in, if I'm healthy, hey, I'll do it. For the UFC, I think it's great. It's beyond great. It's literally the perfect scenario. But as far as I'm an economics major. I love studying politics on the political side of things, not the UFC's business. That is, of course, they're going to say yes to it. But what I think personally is that our government is desecrating its role in society by entertaining sports. Our government is to protect and serve the people, and really should be as minimal as possible. And when you're doing all of this stuff, hosting sporting events, it's really outside of what the goal of the government was intended to be, because our tax dollars and resources are funding this operation. And like I said, I'm not criticizing the UFC. I love Dana. I love Hunter. I love Sean, Mick. I love all of them. And it's an amazing thing. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. But the government should never be hosting sporting events because there's more room for corruption, and we already have a corrupted government. And so that's my thoughts on it, is that the government is supposed to protect us, not entertain us.
What do you think of that, Isaiah? What's your take?
Yeah, right on the head.
I tend to agree. So check this out. From Bass Slayer. It says, hey, Rob, could have the U.S. under Johnson plan the attack on Liberty ships so U.S. could enter the war. Johnson was involved in killing a president. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that Johnson was probably a part of the assassination of Kennedy. I believe the USS Liberty survivors believe that he definitely hit it. Was he complicit in it from the beginning? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. All I know is I know for a fact in my head, just by judging what these USS Liberty survivors told me, and that is that Israel bombed an American warship. They did it intentionally. They knew they were doing it, and they slaughtered 34 U.S. sailors and wounded 174 more, and our country has kept it from the public. That's just, wait a minute.
That's the fact, Jack! That's the fact, Jack!
And I think that is very, very, very sad. I got another one in here. You want to check this out? Do you know who owns the UFC? I think Chris must know who owns the UFC. Do you know who?
Yeah, Dana White.
No, he doesn't own it. He's not the main financier.
Probably a private equity firm, I would imagine.
Look it up. Look at ask Grok or somebody who owns the UFC. It's backed by. Do you remember the name Rahm Emanuel and Ari Emanuel?
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, they're very pro-Israel, and they also
wonder why.
They are also the key investors in the UFC. You probably didn't think you didn't think I knew that, did you, Chris Kroll? Huh? Huh? You didn't think I knew that one.
That's awesome.
See if you can find it in there. It's one of the brothers, one of the Emanuel brothers. Now, the Emanuel, so you have Ari Emanuel, who was behind Obamacare. So Ari Emanuel was behind Obamacare, which was a digital representation of all of your health information, which you might not want everybody to know your health information. You don't want it out there digitally so everybody can look it up. And then number two, you got Rahm Emanuel, who was the chief of staff and then later mayor of Chicago, Rahm Emanuel. And then you have the Emanuel, one of the Emanuels is involved with UFC. Did you find it?
Yeah. So it's the WME group is the main holder, it says Silver Lake Endeavor Entities, effective control over TKO. Okay. So TKO Group Holdings established. Let's see here. I think this is the one that, yeah, right here. TKO's CEO is Ari Emanuel.
Well, there you go. Who would have ever guessed? Who would have guessed that the Zionists were behind the UFC?
The second founder is Vince McMahon.
Is it really?
Yeah.
The WWF guy.
Yeah, that's great. He founded TKO Group Holdings with Ari Emanuel.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. The president is Mark Shapiro.
See? What's Chris? He just found out last night. See, I do my homework, Chris.
That's awesome.
I know what's going on with this country. I do understand what is happening, and it is one of the most concerning / depressing situations that I have ever recognized in this country. There is a political and religious ideology that is running the show in our country right now, and I think we're aligned with people that don't have our best interest. And we're talking about sharing information with them. In fact, let's do that. Go to clip number 14. We're talking about, what was it, 2 or 3 shows ago? We were talking about the United States military in this bill that was being put forth for legislation in the NDAA to allow the United States and Israel to share technology together. They're basically going to become the same military. We're going to become one big military group, the United States and Israel. And it was put forth by Adam Smith. He's the same guy that was a co-sponsor of the Smith Modernization Act, which allowed for domestic propaganda. These are things you might want to pay attention to if you understand what's going on in the country. Stuff you won't hear on Fox News. You tell me if you hear Fox News talk about Adam Smith being a co-sponsor of these 2 bills. One, to promote propaganda in America, and second, to promote how would I call it? A brotherhood between the United States and Israel as it applies to military technology. Isn't that wonderful? So this is the Bibi Netanyahu.
A landmark intermingling, right?
Yes. Did you get the letter from Bibi Netanyahu that he sent out?
Oh, yeah.
Can you read that to me, Isaac? Because I'll never be able to see that.
MPG saying the United States of America is a sovereign nation. Section 224 of the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act must be removed. Our military should not be integrated in any capacity with a foreign country's military, nor should we be funding it. And here's the letter. Dear Congressman Stutzman, I was glad.
Hang on. This is from Bibi Netanyahu, by the way.
Right,
it's a letter from
These are from his warmest regards.
Just read the yellow. Just the yellow's fine.
Oh, yeah,
But he says up at the top. You see that where they highlighted it? It says my plan.
Yeah.
This is Bibi Netanyahu's plan to integrate the United States military and its technology with the state of Israel that bombed the USS Liberty intentionally in 1967, and our government from that time. You got to remember, so you got the assassination of John F. Kennedy. You have all of the information that was released about the assassination of John F. Kennedy, where it certainly appears that Israel was involved, right? Then you have the bombing of the USS Liberty. Then you have Henry Kissinger kissing and making good with China. And you start to see the people. You got Madeleine Albright, who was Secretary of State under the Clintons. You start to see this group of people, this Zionist group of people that are starting to take power in our country post the assassination of John F. Kennedy. And I mean real political power. And here we go with Bibi Netanyahu laying out his plan to integrate the United States military and the Israeli military. This is from Bibi Netanyahu, posted on social media by Marjorie Taylor Greene. And if you don't mind, Isaiah, read that for us real fast.
Yes, everyone, this is with his warmest regards, remember. So it's going to be warm and fuzzy things you should be feeling when he says this.
Yes.
Right? I am heartened by your enthusiastic support for our plan to develop a new memorandum of understanding with the United States government that will draw down U.S. financial military assistance over the next decade and replace it with what you refer to as a, quote, new framework of joint defense cooperation, co-development, co-production, and mutual investment in areas including advanced missile defense, artificial intelligence, ding, 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 unmanned systems, cybersecurity, and next generation military platforms.
Yay!
Woohoo!
It's really quite amazing. I think that, do you sense, like I do, Isaiah, that if this were to be implemented, I think this is treason. Yes. I think if you know, and there's people in our government that know, if you know that your country was bombed by Israel intentionally and killed 34 people, wounded 174 more, if you believe it was intentional, if you believe the USS Liberty, the firsthand witnesses, they all say the same thing. If you believe that to be true, and then in the year 2026, after hiding that information from our people, to share military technology with somebody who attacked your own country, can you imagine how crazy that is?
Yeah.
And nobody really knows what's going down. I guess people just don't understand what is happening.
Yeah, the next love, kind of taking it even a step further for people to have a better understanding is that right now we have a little bit of insight. We have some transparency right now of how much money we're sending to Israel. And so I don't know if people realize that as right now, we know about how much Israel's getting, okay, hey, 8 billion.
Yeah, this hides it.
Whatever, right? This hides it because the Pentagon can't pass a financial audit. So we have money that we know is going and we can see and we have transparency on, but we're going to take that away. That's why they're happy about it. That's why BB's like, oh, this is no problem, right? No problem. Because not only can we hide the money that we're getting, so then maybe the support for Israel can increase, right?
Yep.
From the Americans, but now we could probably get more money because now no one will know how much we're getting, right?
Exactly.
And simultaneously, while this is going down, the budget is going up from 800, I think it's 900 billion was what it was last year.
1.5 trillion they want.
What is it? 1.15 or
1.5?
1.5 trillion.
Yeah. So, Trump put a $1.5 trillion military.
That's my rant for today.
Yeah. Dan Hukin says, give them bread and circus and they'll never revolt. Juvenile Roman poet, we certainly have a performing clown in the center ring. Here's Debbie. Debbie's one of our advertisers. We'll get to Debbie today. Debbie says, I have zero problem with seeing President Trump at the UFC entertainment event, but keep all of that out of the White House. And I think that's kind of where the young people are coming from. I have no problem with the UFC. I like all kinds of competition. I really respect anybody that has the courage to get in and fist fight somebody from a group of people. That takes a lot of courage from anybody. So I respect the organization. I respect what they've done. They've done an incredible job of creating a fan base. I don't know that I need to see it at the White House and have taxpayer money put the event on.
Yeah, there is something to having a charismatic president that you like, yes. Someone that goes out and is with the people at these different types of events, right? So I don't think anyone's saying that that's not a good thing, like you're saying. Right.
And I don't, and again,
the day they started building that, the get up there for the UFC event, my buddy texted me, he goes, this is BS. It's the 250th anniversary. People are traveling from all across the country to go see all these things they set up there in front of the White House for the 250th anniversary that they're having for the 4th of July celebration, right? Yep. And people are going to have to see this huge monstrosity in front of the White House while they're visiting.
Yeah. It's a crazy world we're living in. It's a very dangerous world right now because there's so much mis and disinformation out there that nobody can really agree on just what reality is anymore. That's a real problem for our country and that's what Yuri Bezmenov said. Do you ever hear the 4 stages from Yuri Bezmenov talking about how your country gets infiltrated from within and destroys your country? You ever heard him?
Yeah, I have heard that.
It's fascinating when you listen to it because he used to do seminars and local like PBS type stuff back in the 80s. And he was a Russian defector who went through India, then on to Canada, and then into the United States. And he was talking about what your country looks like before the takeover and what happens. And I mean, if he were to lay it out now, you would go, well, that's just spooky because that's just too crazy. And, one of it is you don't know what to believe. One of it is just he says that, the people that buy into foreign propaganda and that he calls it Marxism. He goes, when Marxism takes over your country, the last people to recognize it are the people that are cheering it on. He said, then the boot of the state crushes their neck before they realize that they were misled. And that kind of feels what's going on here. How in the world can anybody justify sharing military technology with a country that bombed one of our Navy ships? It just seems almost impossible and has been spying on America. I mean, a dozen Fox News reports where they're talking about Israel spying on America before, during, and after 9/11.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
Well, I mean, it's not surprising considering we send money to Hamas, we send money to Al Qaeda, we send money, all these people that we're fighting against.
Taliban.
The Taliban, yeah. Everyone we're fighting against, we're going to send them money. So, I mean, it's not surprising, right?
I was thinking about that, Isaiah. Maybe that is where we start with the clips. I could probably do 100 of them. I think.
Yeah, Jake's going to be on at 11:30. Act for Missouri is coming on at 11, right? And then We have.
I have Rob Workman on at 11:30.
Oh, you didn't tell me you had anyone coming on.
Yeah, Rob Workman's at 11:30.
Did you send him the link to join?
No, I haven't sent anything to Rob.
Okay.
Oh, you don't have his info?
No.
All right, I'll get that to you here in just a second. Yeah, he's planning on being on at 11:30.
All right. Well, we'll have to reschedule Jake then.
Bummer. I had some information I wanted to get out. I'll work on the clip that we have about flock cameras and what they can do because it's kind of amazing. But let me get to Kit's Speed Shop. We have a new advertiser, Isaiah. Kit's Speed Shop. He says where it's fun to go fast. Are you into old cars, classic cars? Is that anything? Is your age?
I don't really care about cars personally.
I'm not a big fan of cars either, but I love old classic cars. And I always talk about it because if you go back to the 60s, 50s, and 60s, cars were pieces of art. They were stylish, they were spectacular, they were different, they were creative. And now you can drive down the street and you can't tell a Honda from a Toyota, from a Lexus to you just can't tell the cars apart from body style. Now you can when you get in because the more expensive cars are more comfortable. They have more gadgets and so forth on the inside. But the car styling, I mean, you really can't tell many of these cars apart, Isaiah. It's like everything kind of looks the same outwardly. So I like old cars. He says, shout out to Kit's Speed Shop where it's fun to go fast. He works on classic transmissions out of Santilli, Missouri. So if you have old cars, he works on old cars, transmissions out of Santilli, Missouri. Hangar 5, and he's well known for his vast experience and knowledge when it comes to transmission repair. So if you're one of these old car collectors, there it is. And he's been a fan of the show. He says, no classic car, maybe you own a plane. Kit also works a certified A&P and IA, which is everything plane owners are on the lookout for. And I have a couple of friends that own small Cessnas. Buddy mine, Gary, might be listening. He goes back and forth to the Lake of the Ozarks all the time. So might get him some business through friends of ours. He says he loves what he's doing on the Rob Carter Show, wanted to be supportive of what we're doing, and I appreciate you, Kit. Kit's Speed Shop. Does he have on there? Does he have a number? Because when he sent me his information, he did not give me a number to call.
Right there at the bottom of the screen there, 660-909-6000.
660-909-6000.
6,000.
All right. So planes, old car, transmission repair. Kit's Speed Shop. Welcome to the family. Kit's Speed Shop. Then I should probably do Debbie Genus too, because she's in the app. Hey, Debbie, what's going on? She is our realtor. So if you're looking for a house and you don't have a realtor yet, think Debbie Genus. Been in business for 28 years through the ups and downs of everything that goes on in the real estate market. She's been able to sustain it. She's a trustworthy, reliable person. EXP Realty, Debbie Genus, 28 years, somebody you can trust, somebody that will take care of you, somebody that won't allow, have you ever bought a house where somebody didn't treat you right, Isaiah? I had that happen to me one time.
I've only bought one house, so
okay.
Great experience so far.
It was a very bad experience for me because a lot of the things that I didn't know about, it was actually the first house that I bought. And just the home builder was, it's where you go into a subdivision, you got the home builder, and then my buddy Gary is the one that sold the house, but he didn't do anything except, just point me in the right direction and put paperwork together. And I had a lot of things with my house that I would have done differently. I just didn't know. So if you're buying a first house, especially, you need somebody with experience that will look out for you. Deborah, this is how you get a hold of her, Deborah.Genus, and it's spelled DEBRA.JEANIS at expressrealty.com. 28 years in real estate, excellent service, focused on results. And then on top of that, she's been in the insurance game for 14 years as well. So somebody you can trust, Debbie Genus, 314-482-9205. 314-482-9205. We'll have Debbie on the show before too terribly long and let her talk about her experience in real estate. All right, let's go to, I got to get a couple more things out here. So we got Netanyahu. Can we do just a little bit of local before Matt Kubler comes on? Actually, there's another story I want to talk about. It's number 3, clip number 3. I don't even think it is a clip. So Bill Pulte. I'm getting very nervous about Donald Trump. I want to say something positive because I feel like I'm being too negative, and there's so many people that have so much trust and love for him and admiration. But man, I'm getting very nervous about some of the things that he's doing. He put Bill Pulte in the DNI position. So Tulsi Gabbard is out. She left because her husband was sick, and he brings in Bill Pulte. Have you paid attention to Bill Pulte at all?
Nope.
Oh my goodness, Lord. Play this clip from Mindy Robinson. Mindy Robinson is an influencer, a researcher, an investigator, and she's been following Bill Pulte, as have I. Bill Pulte is an absolute charlatan. I just cannot believe. We got to look up Bill Pulte and find out what he's all about, because it doesn't make any sense. He has no experience in intelligence, none, zero intelligence, and zero experience in intelligence. And Donald Trump has put him in charge of
that one guy we were talking about the other day who was he comes from
the capital markets. He's in the Pentagon
markets, and he's running the Department of something now. I can't remember now off the top of my head, but that was so funny.
Crazy. It's crazy the things that are going on. And, and Trump supporters, God love them, they just make excuses for everything. This is one of our largest, our largest intelligence gathering operations is the DNI, and Donald Trump wants Bill Pulte to be in charge. Play this clip. This is Mindy Robinson. Like I said, just an independent reporter, journalist, but she's right, because I followed Bill Pulte as well. I know all about him. Go for it.
Mindy Robinson here. So I woke up this morning and realized that the man that I've been calling out for all different kinds of scams and lies the last 8 years is now the acting director of national intelligence. So I figure the world kind of needs a refresher on what this man, Bill Pulte, is all about. He's known from the Pulte, construction of homes that are shoddy. They get sued all the time for building moldy homes all across Florida. They also ran off with $900 million in grants. I can't seem to be accounted for. So this is what we're dealing with here, usual corruption. And this guy was also just kind of a weirdo. So he was running a Twitter philanthropy scam where you had to follow him and retweet him for these contests he would hold for cash. You also had to sign up for Cash App, which was just like a fledgling thing at the time, which would also pay you. So there was probably money that he was making that way too. And he would hold contests, but never announce the winners. Sometimes there would be winners, and they were the most suspicious people you've ever seen. He would take over people's GoFundMes. He had a lot of shady people around him that was doing the things for him. You really got into it with Code of Vets. He was taking credit for a lot of what they were doing, and then of course slandering everybody that disagreed with him and blocking. There were people that won contests and then got blocked. So it was a really, really shady thing. He was paying other influencers to push him. I got into it with a few of them. I got into it with Charlie Kirk over this. I know I got into it with Scott Adams. He actually blocked me after I proved him wrong about something, and he ended up unblocking me before he passed, which, it is what it is. Pacific, Laura Loomer, these are the people that were pushing, Ali Alexander, these are the people that were pushing this Twitter philanthropy. And it was just basically a giant data mining thing. So anyone that did sign up would usually find themselves just getting spammed to hell. Because at the end of the day, there's always an edge to these things. They don't do it for actual philanthropy. They take credit for a lot of really weird things that were provable. He claimed he put a helicopter in the sky to find a missing kid, and that was not true. He said he was going to pay out of his pocket so this kid could go to Disneyland. Disneyland paid for that themselves. The guy was weird. And of course, as I'm calling him out for all this, I became a stalker. I became a terrorist.
Can we look him up real fast? It's Bill Pulte, Pulte. I'd like to know what his background is, because I have not looked up his background, but this is the most bizarre appointment in the history of bizarre appointments.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I was just reading here, just on Wikipedia. So let's see, this is the Pulte group. Let's go over here. I was reading about that. So like she was saying, he is the grandson of this guy who founded the Pulte group. He graduated from Northwestern in broadcast journalism. That's what I thought was interesting. Sounds like another Pete Hegseth.
Right.
Yeah, Pulte began accusing Trump foes of mortgage fraud, including Letitia James. Oh, wow, okay. Adam Schiff.
Early life and education. So he's from Florida.
Yep.
Grandfather was William J. Pulte. Check out William J. Pulte, because a lot of this is family stuff. Flip it over to his education and early life.
Yeah.
Founder of Pulte Group. What was Pulte Group? Is it finance?
Yeah, I think it's the home construction company. Yep.
Okay. That's home construction. Okay, so he probably knows him through the construction business up in New York or something, or even Florida for that matter.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if he went to college.
said Northwestern, right?
Well, his grandfather who started. I was trying to see if he.
Oh yeah.
See if he was a Harvard guy, you know.
That's normally how I look at it, but
that's funny. Wow.
So there's a clip out of Bill Pulte out on the social media that I was watching last night. So he's trying to raise money for something, and this guy's cursing. He's saying the F word everywhere. He sounds like a 12-year-old. I mean, it's just the most bizarre thing. And he's like, "We got 41. We need 9 more at $500. We're not leaving until we get 9 more donors at $500 a piece." Like, what is going on with this guy? This is who Donald Trump is.
Church.
Yeah, this is directly from the White House. Check it out. It says, "I am appointing the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency and chairman of Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, William J. Pulte, to serve as acting director of national intelligence, President Donald J. Trump." I don't know. I just don't know anymore. It's so bizarre to me. It's just so bizarre. All right. My next guest, as we talked about earlier, is Matt Kubler, a retired law enforcement officer who has spent years digging into the murder of Navy SEAL Job Price, interviewing witnesses, reviewing records, and consulting forensic experts. What he discovered is clear murder, not a suicide. This is kind of a crazy story. What piqued my attention is, number one, in military vets. I'm a fan of the military. I like when military vets are taken care of. I figure if you're going to go risk your life for this country, you're when you come back, if they're going to be $40 trillion in debt, might as well be spending it on
guys, combat news that we had on last week, I think it was, or maybe
combat news. Exactly. I think we should be spending it on our military members. This is a very interesting story because this guy was the commander, I believe, of SEAL Team 4, found dead in his bed in Afghanistan. And, the family just didn't believe it was a suicide. That's what the Navy SEAL said. They said it was a suicide. Family said it wasn't. They brought Matt Kubler in to take a look at it. Matt researched it, and he says it's a murder. So let's bring him in. My guest today is Matt Kubler.
Intro clip still.
You want to play the clip? All right, man, hang on 1 second. We'll play the clip from Redacted. So this is just to set it up. He was on with Clayton Morris on the Redacted show. And this is just a little clip from the Redacted podcast to get the ball rolling. Check it out.
To do that. But I said from the start, I would do anything to commit a crime to solve this case.
Well, Matt, thank you for your service. Thank you for your incredible tenacity on this story and trying to bring justice for Job and his family, and anything that we can do here at Redacted to get this story out even to a larger audience. We're happy to do that, which is why I wanted to talk to you and to be able to put this story out there. So, and if we can rattle some cages in Washington and get the people at the Department of Defense to pay attention to this, the Trump administration to pay attention to this, and to do anything, we'll do our best. And if the CIA is involved in this, what you're up against. And so God bless you. Any final thoughts you want to share with the audience, Matt?
No one in my family is suicidal. We get our brakes checked frequently. So I just want to get that out in the open to make sure that we're all on the same page. I am very thankful to you for the platform to be able to talk to an audience of your size, to share something that I'm passionate about, to open the eyes, just like you do on every one of your shows, to the things that people don't want to believe are true. And they are. And that's if nothing else that's happened since COVID is people are starting to wake up and they're starting to see the nefarious things that our government and people that are closely connected to it are willing to do to us for their own gain.
Well, I couldn't agree more. Matt, welcome to the show, my friend. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me on, man.
Your story is very interesting to me, and I assume it was very interesting to Clayton Morris as well. Did you get a response from Clayton? Because that's a big podcast. That's a major player. He's one of the top podcasters in all of America. Did you get any response from any politicians or anybody about the story before we get into it? I'm just wondering if getting the information out there actually does works.
Yeah, well, yes and no. The first, he just rebroadcasted the original episode, which was recorded in March.
Okay.
And the original recording, I think for the last 6 weeks has been stuck in the 53,000 view mark.
I'm looking at. Yeah, you made mention of that. Do you think that it gets suppressed? I know when we talk Israel or elections, and Isaiah thinks I might be just a little bit crazy or conspiratorial, but I just know what happened to me the first time. I did this. I did a podcast back in 2000. 21, and I had a nice size audience, and it just disappeared one day. So now I have no trust level with any of these platforms. I mean, we'll get the information out somehow, some way, but do you feel like you get suppressed when you go out and speak about this?
Oh, 100%. It's so laughable because it's so clear. Like I've been on smaller when I first started getting on the podcast as a guest, talking about Job's case. I mean, I've had 500, 600,000 views on YouTube videos talking about way more details than just what was on Clayton's show. And Clayton even says that that's one of the hardest impressions he's ever had on any one of his episodes. So, and he's been waiting till about now to rebroadcast it, and it got suppressed again. It's at like 13,000 views after 36 hours, which is well below anything that he gets even on non-important issues or interesting issues that others might find.
Yeah, he's got a big audience. Yeah, you would think.
Almost 3 million.
Have you heard from Tucker or any of these really, really major players that blow people up?
Not yet. I've been offered larger podcasts, but they're the Bro Vet podcasts. I won't say their names because I don't want to give them any credit for anything, but my stipulation when I'm going into hostile territory, which these Bro Vet podcasts, they're all Navy SEALs, I know it would be a chance for them to bull rush me and make me look like something that I'm not. And so I said, all I ask, and I'll do anything you want, but I just need to be able to record the entire interaction so that there's no special editing that happens or anything like that, so that I can refute anything that might be said about me. They said no.
Interesting. All right. Well, tell me this story. Tell me how you got involved in it, and just give me the outline of the story, and then we'll start peppering you with questions.
All right. Well, Job Price, who was a high school classmate of mine, we graduated together in 1989. We weren't friends, but we were friendly classmates. We were in all the same classes. I was on the Coast Guard Academy track. He ended up going to the Air Force Academy and then transferring his commission after he graduated to the Navy. I'd seen him through the years when he'd come home on leave. You know, we weren't friends. Like I said, we didn't hang out, but I'd see him at a local bar and say what's up. But when we found out in 2012, December 22nd, 2012, that he was found dead in his bunk in Afghanistan at FOB Ripley, which is Forward Operating Base, I believe FOB stands for, in the Uruzgan province in Tampering Code, Afghanistan. As the commander of SEAL Team 4, it struck everybody from our town as odd and something we couldn't wrap our head around. But because we weren't that close, and I didn't really know his family that well, I wasn't inserting myself into their trauma. So I just sort of kept my opinions to myself until 2019, when his sister and father asked me if I would take a look at the case. And the last thing
they didn't believe, Matt, that he committed suicide, right? They just know their brother and their son, and they're like, I just don't believe that he would commit suicide. It doesn't seem like it's in his nature. Correct?
No, yeah. Everybody, I mean, family and everybody that knew Job well couldn't believe it and felt that, something just didn't seem right with the Navy's explanation as to what happened to Job. So when they brought me, I met with Bronwyn, Job's sister, and his father, Harry Price, who will be a key player in this as we go on this story. I met at their house, and he gave me this thick 3-ring binder I called Job's death book that declared it a suicide. And all the statements and whatever, there were some reports, some that were missing, photographs, some that were missing. But it was 356 pages. It was quite daunting to read and, trying to make sense of a lot of things that were kind of disjointed. And I told the dad, I said, listen, if it's suicide, I'm going to tell you it was suicide. If it's not suicide, I'm certainly going to tell you that too. So I reviewed it for about a week, and I came back with the conclusion that I couldn't, as a police officer, as an investigator, I couldn't get to suicide. I couldn't get to anything else, but I couldn't get to the point where this was a suicide. And the way it works in police work, when you're doing an investigation, especially when there's a death involved, you have to treat it for the worst possible scenario and work your way back from that. So if you have somebody dead in a room with a gun in their hand and a gunshot wound to the head, you have to work it like it's a potential homicide until it's not. And so I that's kind of how I approached it. And I said, I'd take a look, dig a little deeper. And that was 2019. And here we are 7 years later, and I'm still in the fight.
And are you in this fight primarily because you want to honor Job and his family? I assume the father came to you and said, listen, this does not sit well with me that my decorated son, Navy SEAL, committed suicide if it was not, because it's just kind of a mar on his reputation to commit suicide as a Navy SEAL. Is that kind of the way the family laid it out to you? And if it wasn't suicide, they wanted to clear his name. And I'm sure the family needs the benefits too. I mean, he was 6 months from getting benefits, as I understand it.
Yeah, so there's layers to why I'm doing it. Number one, I feel for his sister. I lost my brother when I was 18 in a car accident, my only sibling. So I kind of understand the loss of a sibling. So I was very sympathetic to her and was a very available ear for her when she was frustrated. And we didn't know each other that well either, but after he died, we became really close. The father, Harry, I made a promise, and I said that I would see this to the end. And he never once wavered in his support for what I was doing. And I kicked on some hornet's nests that a lot of people didn't like. And, so I made a promise to him. I'm not going to lie. I like a challenge. I have an ego. I want to be able to say I was able to solve this case with all the work that I've done for free, mind you. I didn't charge, and I don't charge for hope. So that's not something I would ever do to a family member who's trying to find an answer to something and hoping I could do it. So it's been 7 years, and that ultimately, those are the layers as to why I stayed in this for so long.
And what when you started looking through the evidence or lack thereof, what did you notice that said this can't be? There had to be a couple or three things that you put together and said this is not a suicide. Can you kind of give us an outline of the evidence and what you learned?
Yeah, I'll give you the initial, what I saw initially that made me want to stay in and dig a little deeper. And it's a lot of military reports and statements and redactions, and there was a lot of information. To try to find pieces that connect was tough. But the one thing that really stood out to me the most was the position Job's body was found in and the state in which his body was found. The way his body was laying on the bed was counter to what the type of wound that he had sustained would have left him in. Like, it wasn't naturally. I couldn't get to a point where if he's laying on his left side, which he was, with the pillow in the crook of his arm, which he slept that way every night, according to his family and his wife. He was in the nude, which means he was laying, asleep. For lack of a better, the only thing I can think of is that he was asleep, because that's how he always slept. And he was found lying on his back with his head facing the direction which the gun, which the round came from. So he was laying on his left, his head ended up facing the right, on his back with the gun in his hand across his chest, loosely in his hand, but his finger somehow still in the trigger. So that was the initial thing that I looked at. I'm like, that just doesn't, I've been on a lot of suicides in my career, and I've just never seen one that was so counter to what the evidence, the initial physical evidence showed. I couldn't get there. So that was the first thing that really stood out to me. And then I started reading the redacted statements, and I saw a lot of similar verbiage used by the whoever statement I was reading at a time. A lot of words like aloof. I've been around 55 years, and I could probably count on one hand the number of times I've said the word aloof, and I got 30 statements with the word aloof in it. So it seemed to me there was some coaching going on. So all those things just sort of were red flags.
And they were calling him aloof, meaning he was kind of disconnected from what was going on in the world, and he was depressed and he was sad, and his behavior was leading them to believe that he might commit suicide. And then you hear the word aloof, and you're like, aloof, it's kind of a strange word for everybody to be using in tandem to describe it, leading you to believe that there was some coordination. Do I have that correct?
Yes. Yeah. The reality is the Navy SEAL investigation, the NCIS investigation, the CID, it was an Army post. So CID had overall control, but NCIS ran the investigation. It was, their evidence that Job committed suicide was he was dead in his bed with a gun. And that's the evidence. And then the contextual stuff that they tried to add into that through the statements was that Job was detached from his men. He wasn't his normal self. He was aloof. He was depressed and having trouble sleeping and eating and all this stuff, which I will stipulate to, because I wasn't there and I didn't get to see any of those things. But I can tell you that you and I both know many people who have depression and anxiety and feeling aloof and glum and blue, and they're mostly all still alive. So it's not evidence. The psychology of a person on its own merit is not a predictor of any one particular outcome. So that's kind of how I started to look at this thing. And it started off slow. I had one source that had reached out to the Prices before I got involved, and gave their opinion he's within the community. And he became my first source, and he was my most consistent source and my most reliable source. And then from that, I grew a legion of sources within the community, from Navy SEALs, people that were supporting Navy SEALs, former Navy SEALs, current Navy SEALs. So I built this network of people, because I couldn't take Job's case. I'm not a forensics guy, so I don't always know what I'm looking at. I just know if it's right or wrong. I don't know why it is, but I can always tell when something isn't right. So I had to really piece together the pre-deployment, what happened after his deployment, with those people within the SEAL Team 4 community, Navy SEAL, Naval Special Warfare. I had to take a lot of things to make sort of an overall picture of the environment that led to his death. I didn't have anybody, I won't say, I had 2 people from his deployment speak to me. The rest would not. However, loose lips sink ships, right? So there's a lot of people that won't talk publicly, but wanted to express their concerns over the findings of suicide, and gave me a different version of Job. Like, what they saw was different than what these scripted statements said. You know, they saw a strong leader who was working hard to make sure that his team was professional and had military bearing, and weren't like the 80s Charlie Sheen movie. You know, he wanted his guys to be military strong, have decorum, treat their job seriously. It's not, you know, party hard, go out and kick indoors at night, lift weights. Like, that's not what he was trying to do. And I got a lot of people telling me he was a fantastic leader, and I always believe that too. But you know, the reason why, and I get into the depression part and what their justification was, is that there were 4 people who died during Job's deployment who were attached to him. There were 2 Army guys. They were psychological warfare guys that were killed by a local Afghani, might have been a national police officer, Afghani national police officer, inside the gates, terrorist attack, essentially. And then 2 SEALs within 3 weeks of each other were killed. One was an ambush. The other one was just doing an operation. But the problem was they were all daylight operations. And, you know, anybody who's been in the military, and especially special operations, the reality is we control the air and we control the night. And we have all the technology to allow us to operate under the cloak of darkness and do what needs to be done. But the problem is, at this point in the war, it's the midpoint, 2012, they were doing more hearts and mind winning than they were operationally trying to do things safely and efficiently and effectively.
Right.
So Job noticed that, and, you know, with the 2 guys that died, and we can go into the one ambush and why that is, but I want to get through the meat and potato with Job. But there was an event that occurred with a team that Job replaced. SEAL Team 2 was there before Job's team, and a local was killed after being tortured by SEALs, and there was a retribution call for against the SEALs, and it didn't happen during the period of time when 2 was still there, and it happened when Job became the commander of SEAL Team 4.
So the SEALs, the previous SEAL Team 2, what had they done? And was it they
tortured an Afghani. Yeah, they tortured an Afghani guy, and he ended up dying, which isn't uncommon. That's not a new thing. However, you know, they were on their way out. It was a very bad deployment for them. Commander then was Mike Hayes, who was the commander of SEAL Team 2. He just wanted to get his team back and, you know, lick their wounds and clean up the messes that were made. And Job got stuck with that one big one, which was the death of that local Afghani.
Now, were people arrested in that?
Yeah, and then ultimately all the charges were dropped. As always, very few people ever actually see justice within the special operations community. So that was the justification was Job was dealing with that stuff.
Gotcha.
Which is why he was just depressed. But I have conversations he had with his wife leading up to the days before his death. I have the week before, 10 days before he was killed, the top brass within the East Coast SEALs arrived in Afghanistan, and a loud conversation was heard coming from Job's room between a guy who ended up retired as an admiral, Tim Szymanski, who is, I call him the Queen Bee. He's the coordinator of all the antics that have been going on for the last 20 plus years. He and Job went at it. And I think Job was expressing himself about the daylight raids, about some things that happened with a local Afghani that was sexually abused by his team. He believes by members of his team. Some missing ASOT money. ASOT money is the CIA funds that get shipped over there, and it's used for paying off mullahs and informants and families who have somebody wrongfully killed. This money is, and there's no, I mean, this 2012, but it still didn't have any tracking. Right. It was basically, carbon copy receipts that some Joe Blow signed Afghani saying that, he's so-and-so who this money was supposed to be for. And money would go missing a lot. And there's $40,000 that went missing. And Job found out who did that. It was a former SEAL Team 6 guy who I can't name without being sued. But he stole $40,000, and Job confronted him, and 2 days later he was dead. Job was dead. So there was a lot of things happening that I'm sure were weighing on him as the commander and somebody who took personal pride in being a great leader. But there was no sad phone calls to a family member or friend. There was no email. There was no search history on his computer. Nothing that would make you believe Job was suicidal. And even in all the statements, no one said they felt he was suicidal. They just thought he was acting differently, which I will stipulate to, right? I'm not going to argue with that fact. I'm just telling you that fact alone does not equal suicide. The fact that he was dead with a gun in his hand in his bunk does not either. So the investigation began from those premises. Like, that's kind of what I already knew as my known.
Well, you have some motives on the other side too, which is very interesting, because you have motives for the guy that you had the confrontation with. You have CIA money missing, right? So you've got some, you have motive in other places that you would think an investigation would, might lead you to a different place, but it doesn't seem to you or me that they gave much of an investigation. This was kind of organized originally just to make it a suicide and be done with it.
Well, once we're going to get into meat potatoes of that investigation. So Job was found dead in his bunk at about 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning on the 22nd. He was last seen alive by the Command Master Chief, Jeff Peeler, around 11:45 at night when he went to his room. He was late for a meeting with a local Afghani general, a mullah, and they went to go find him and supposedly found him in his bunk, dead. Jeff Peeler found him dead and was the last one to see him alive. And I'm going to say Jeff Peeler's name a lot because Jeff Peeler was responsible for the cover-up that. And I know this for a fact. And sadly, last month he was found dead with a heart attack.
So Jeff Peeler, the guy that you're referencing, was found dead of a heart attack just recently?
Yeah, it was after my. I mean, I've said his name publicly in podcasts, but the reach is whatever it is.
Right.
But when Clayton's show, I mentioned him, and then shortly thereafter, within a week, he was dead.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know whether or not he had a heart attack or not. I'm just saying he's dead.
Right.
And he was a big piece to the puzzle of Job's case. So when they found him, it was like Peeler found him. Then they got the XO, they got the JAG guy, and they got the medical doc and the NCIS agent who happened to be in the building. Because this is the building. Just to give you the layout, it's a command center with the officers' quarters, and it's called a Green Mile. It's a metal concrete structure. Everybody says you can fart in one end and hear it at the other. So it's a very echoey, loud type building. So in the statements that I read, there was only two people who heard something, or no, actually one person who heard something, and one who smelled something in the statements. And this is an occupied 24-hour command center with sleeping quarters. And it's not like there's soundproof walls between the two. So no one heard a gunshot. Not one person can say that they heard a gunshot. One person at the time when another person was already awake said they heard what sounded like pallets dropping from a forklift, like somebody dropping stuff on the ground. And then one said they smelled sulfur in the morning, like 5:30 in the morning, but not enough to cause them concern. The guy that said he heard the pallets drop sound, that was during a time when someone else was still awake talking to a spouse. So if there had been anything other than, maybe a pallet dropping or remotely sounded like a gunshot, there were people awake in the officers' quarters.
So I guess that would lead you to believe that if that the gunshot. Well, I'll let you finish the story because
because we're going to get into the gun.
Yeah, I remember a little bit more of the story now. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So Jesse Boggs was the NCIS agent, and he, by all accounts, everybody that I spoke to that knows him, he was a fanboy for the SEALs. Always wanted to be a SEAL. Just loved hanging around them, which is, I'm not saying that's wrong. It's just what everybody described him as. So he became the lead agent because he was the only law enforcement person to see his in dead in the room in the beginning. And the way it works in police work is once you go to a crime scene and the crime scene is determined to be something that needs further investigation, the crime scene becomes a secure area. And you as the person who found the crime scene are responsible for that crime scene. Anything that comes in or out, a person that goes in or out, until properly relieved by someone else. So their version of this is they declare him dead. NCIS agent Jesse Boggs locks the door, gives the key to the room to Jeff Peeler, and says, "Don't let anybody in there. We'll be back with more guys." Now, this is 2012. I'm sure they had all kinds of communications between, major hubs in the country of Afghanistan. And I'm sure they could have gotten on a radio or a satellite phone or a cell phone for all I know, and called and said, "Hey, we need people down here ASAP." And Jesse could have held that crime scene for as long as he needed to until somebody came. That's not what happened. He gave the key to Jeff Peeler, and 9 hours later, NCIS returned to begin their investigation. I've spoken to many people who had, some of it's hearsay because they spoke to people who were there, and they said that people went into the room during the period of 9 hours when Job was laying dead in his bunk. Anything could have been brought in, taken out, destroyed, altered, placed, planted. Anything could have happened in those 9 hours. And then police work as well. And when you're trying to prove a case in court, you can't have a crime scene that has been contaminated and then use evidence from that crime scene. So anything that could have been gleaned from that crime scene would not be admissible in court because it would be considered tainted evidence, because there was no one securing that no one within law enforcement securing that room to ensure its integrity. So that was huge once I read that, and that was gigantic. So I talked about no gunshot being heard, and Job's gun was on his chest, and it was an unsuppressed Sig Sauer 226. And it wasn't able to be suppressed. It did not have a threaded barrel. So their logic would tell you that if there were people awake in the building when the gunshot supposedly happened, and no one heard the gunshot, that some other effort was made to silence that sound. It took me a while to get to there, like investigatively, to get to the point where I became convinced that a silencer was used, that it was a suppressor on a 9mm weapon.
There's no way, Matt, that he could have been killed somewhere else and then put into his bed. You wouldn't think so, right? Because he was naked.
No, one thing that they did right was they did do the trajectory evidence. Right. They looked where when it went in, came out, went through the pillow, the sheet, hit the bed frame, ricocheted, hit a desk, and then from there they're saying it supposedly ended up under his bed behind some Pelican boxes, which would almost be impossible. But we'll get to that. But one thing I didn't have inside the Job's death book initially was ballistics reports. I didn't have gunshot residue testing lab results. I didn't have DNA results. All those things were missing from this document, and it took me until 2024 to get those. I would FOIA everything, and I would just be told you're FOIAing at the wrong place, and I would just get circle jerked all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wasn't able to get any of these documents. But I knew from the initial investigation and the evidence that was collected and the statements that were given that something about this crime scene was altered. I later found out that when people went into the room during the 9 hours, they cleaned up, quote unquote, cleaned up his room to get rid of any potentially harmful items or correspondences or anything like that would make him or the Navy SEALs look bad. And I've found through multiple other sources who wanted me to look into other things that this is a norm, that they make sure that the Navy and the Navy SEALs are not exposed. So there is no such thing as a untainted crime scene in the United States military. There just isn't. They don't follow the same rules that us peons do out in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So once I realized that the body positioning was off, the statements were too coached, and the gun not being heard, I'm like, okay, this is 100%. Somebody's covering something up for some reason. And then I had to start really digging. And I went hard until about end of 2022, maybe mid 2022. And I just burned out. And I was having some tension with some people that needed to be influential in this. And I'm just like, you know what, if you guys aren't going to give me the help that I need, then why am I giving it to you? And that was until I had a chance to speak to Pete Hegseth through a mutual friend. And this was 2020, end of 2022, Christmas time, 2022. And we spoke until April of 2023. And he's reviewed all the evidence. He's seen everything that I had to date. And his direct, and it's not a quote, but essentially what he told me is there's absolutely no way this was a suicide. And that the photo that I had from the autopsy that I didn't know to look for it until I realized that there was no gunshot heard. There's a semicircle stippling on the entry wound, which is the same diameter as the front face of a suppressor. And I'm like, okay, that was it's too circular to be an anomaly. It had to be from something that was pressing on the skin, and that's the direction in which the gases and the gunpowder came out and burnt the skin. So now I'm 100% sure it's a murder. So I get Pete on board. Pete's telling me that he believes me, that the evidence shows that he was killed with a suppressor. It's going to help me get exposure on Fox News and other platforms. And then things go south. He just stops responding. In April of 23 was the last time I heard from him, when he said to me, sorry, I couldn't be more help. If I'm ever in a position where I can, I will. I don't know what other position he could possibly be in other than the head of the Department of War,
right?
To do something to help.
Do you have any sense of why he wouldn't?
Well, I mean, if you just follow his career, he's very, I don't want to say a fanboy, but he was a fanboy of the Navy SEAls. He had a lot.
It'd just be a bad, like if he came out and said that the Navy SEAls were covering this up, that he'd get the backlash from the military, and he just doesn't want that heat.
I think he was told directly by members in the SEALs, and I believe I know who told him to stay away from this. Just let it be. Which is a shame, but that's not abnormal. I didn't not expect that. So I came back into the investigation once I got the Pete Hegseth opportunity. And then when he ghosted me, it just drove me, right? It drove me to be, I was still very cordial. I would send him up, once a month, once every 2 months, a text saying, hey, Pete, I'd love to chat again. Hey, Pete. And when he got tapped to be the Department of Defense secretary during the confirmation hearings, I'm like, doing a great job. Can't wait till you get in. We can really take care of Job's case then, like that kind of stuff. I was really trying to stay supportive, hoping that he would, when given the opportunity, do the right thing. and it just never materialized. So when I came back in after getting all this stuff, this confirmation from Pete, I got an opportunity to interview Robb O'Neill, who is the guy who supposedly killed Osama bin Laden, SEAL Team 6 operator. And it was a debate, set up as a debate on someone else's podcast where I was a guest and he was a guest. And it turned into 3 separate interviews, a couple hours each. But I had been given some intelligence from several people from that raid about who did what in reality. And Robb has always given the same shtick that he's always given whenever he does these, speaking. And I mean, he was making 50, 60 grand a pop, doing 300 a year. So you do the math.
Yeah. He's got a lot of play on Fox News too.
Yeah. And he's back, the one podcast I did very, very well on as far as viewership, the Anti-Hero podcast, he's suing them for $25 million each for defamation.
Suing them?
Yeah, for defamation. Yeah. Because they wrote him pretty hard, but so did I. But I have actual names and people of who did what. And he even said on the podcast, he said, I don't know who your sources are, but they're fucking good. And, that's confirmation to me. That was great. And then he went on and called my wife a fat cow and that I might be law enforcement. And he had like a 10 minutes later, a little diatribe on his podcast about me.
I got to see that. Really?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. So that opportunity with Robb created an opportunity for me to, when I saw what addressing Robb the way I addressed him, and I was very respectful. I didn't come at him hard. I came at him just with questions based on information I had. And then we did multiple shows where we talked about other things like Roberts Ridge with John Chapman, Job's case, Lone Survivor. Like we touched on a lot of different things, which he gave his honest opinions on, I'm assuming. And he agrees that Job's case was a cover-up. He said, there's no doubt in my mind there's a cover-up. So that's Robb O'Neill saying that. And so I realized that went so viral that if I got a chance to go back on a podcast that I could try to replicate that process. So I went back on Anti-Hero again a couple months later after I went on the first time, and I gave them like a 1-minute diatribe about Sean Ryan being a international drug dealer and no one caring. And that's
the Sean Ryan podcast.
Yeah. He admitted on Megyn Kelly's show that he was in, I think 5 different Central or South American countries setting up drug operations after he got out of the ground branch with the CIA, which is what he was doing down there for the CIA. And he was cultivating dealers and sources for cocaine and setting up shop in multiple countries. He admitted that. So I just talked about it, and I'd said it might have said in a more gregarious way, but that went viral. And so people started watching the podcast that I said that on, and it was mostly about Job. And I did this multiple times on different podcasts, going after Jaco Willink, who's a fraud beyond frauds, Chris Kyle, who was a murderous assassin.
Really?
Oh yeah, 100%. And there's stuff that's probably going to be coming out here in the next year or so about him that people are going to lose their shit over. But it's not my investigation, so I don't want to talk about it too much. Mark Luttrell, he's pretty much come out and said that when he got back, they handed him PR, a speaking coach, a book manuscript that he did not write, and said, this is now your full-time job to go out and promote this story. And it's all fictitious. What he did was he hid and didn't fire, didn't engage, he just didn't. And I'm not judging him for that. I'm judging him for the fact that there's another story out there that's not true that millions of dollars was made off of. I could care less about Mark Luttrell or whether or not he was a hero or not.
So they come back and they sell a story.
Of course.
And loves that story. It's rah, rah, wave the flag. And it's a story. It's not reality.
Chris Kyle had, a procession, a funeral that was aired live nationally. And he was not a good man.
Was it Chris Kyle? Matt, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Wasn't Chris Kyle the one that got into it with Jesse Ventura? Wasn't that the story?
He didn't. Yeah, that never happened. I actually have a source who was there when it didn't happen.
Right.
He was in the bar during the time in which Chris Kyle said he punched out Jesse Ventura, and then he sued the estate and got a settlement. Jesse did. So from all these things that I did on podcasts, going after, when I say going after, I mean like 5-minute long diatribes, maybe. And then those turned into clips and viral reels on Instagram or TikTok or YouTube or whatever. And that's kind of how it all blew up in a good way for me. From those interviews that I did, people went and watched that maybe wouldn't have, based on the fact that nobody knows who Joe Price is. But they went and watched. And I got multiple forensic experts reach out to me, one of which is a nationally renowned person, was just in the news. I can't say it because I can't say his name. And if I say the case that he was just on, somebody could look it up and find out. But told me that it was the easiest investigation he ever had to do. He knew within the first 5 minutes of looking at the crime scene photos that they were staged. His body was staged. His body was moved multiple times. The gun was planted in his hand posthumously. The casing that they found on the bed was underneath his tailbone buttocks area. And based on the angle in which he was laying and the angle of entry for the weapon, that the casing could not have ever ended up in that spot. With the proximity to a wall behind him. Like, there's a lot of forensic expert jargon that I'm not an expert on. So, but it confirmed, and everybody actually came back with the same general consensus that it was murder. Some pointed out other details but this guy had 15, 20 points just off of an initial observation, not even being engaged as a forensic expert for the case yet. So that happened, which was great because it proved to Job's dad, to his sister, to his wife that A, what they were feeling was true, and B, that my investigation techniques produced this validation that Job was murdered. Which, of course, as a egomaniac like I am, I'm like, hell yeah, I knew I was right. Right. So, and I'm not going to hide that. I mean, I am a competitor. I love being right.
Same.
So, and I think that's what drives me to do these things a lot of times. So, and then also a documentary film company reached out, and with a Academy Award winning director and producer. And that if I made one real bad tactical error or strategic error in this investigation was after we signed the deal, which is non-paying. Because in a true documentary, the subject matter experts don't get paid. Or else it wouldn't be a documentary. It would just be a biopic or, something else, but not a documentary. So we signed the deal to do this documentary, and I talked to the people involved, and I'm like, listen, do you think it's smart to try to smoke out some people by putting out there that the documentary is a go? And they're like, yeah, it's risky. And so I'm like, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to do it. And so I did, and I put it out there, and and it was before Trump got elected in 2024. And we had Netflix on board. They were 100% a go. And then Trump won the election, and they were like, we don't want that smoke. This is going to be, because everything he campaigned on was pro-military, 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 pro-military. And, it just, there's a lot of people in the liberal video streaming world that didn't want to take on the Donald Trump stuff. So they pulled out. And then the podcast that I went on got a lot of views when I released this information. And we were told, in not direct terms, but indirectly from all the streaming services that we pitched, that they were told to stay away from it. And so I think what I thought I was trying to do, which was get some people to feel scared that they're going to get named, because I'm naming names in this movie. So if you are involved in any way or have any information and you're keeping quiet and I find out, I will name you in this documentary. And if you want to talk about what that's going to hit like, try me. And I did that. And it didn't work the way I thought it would work. It had hurt us. And I'm a little short-sighted sometimes because I get excited about the, chance to smash somebody in the head with a shovel with some information.
You're thinking the threat of naming names might bring people forward to get the true scoop out, so that you could once and for all really prove this thing, and in a court of law or however you want to prove it. And then Netflix and some of these other streaming services said, wait a minute, hang on here just a bit. Donald Trump's the president. He is very pro-military. This could turn into a nightmare for us, and we're not going to touch it. That's basically what happened.
Yeah, pretty much. And again, I'm a conservative. I'm borderline extreme liberal, libertarian. I'm a leave me alone guy, and I voted for Trump both times. I supported Pete, obviously. And just like I told Rob O'Neill when I interviewed him, I said, if you did 400 missions, 399 of them, you were a hero. I said, but on this one, there's the Osama bin Laden raid, I don't believe you. And, it doesn't taint the fact that he was a stud for all those other missions, but it's the one that he's hung his hat on. So it's the one that he should be judged on. And, Donald Trump, he knows Job. He knows Job's dad because both his boys, Eric and Donald Jr., went to a private boys' school in Pottstown, Pennsylvania called the Hill School. At the time, was one of the most elite all-boys schools in the country. It's in suburban Philadelphia. So Harry Job's dad, was a teacher and lacrosse coach there for 40 years, maybe, I don't know, a long, long time. And he taught both the boys and broke bread with both the boys. His family did, coached one of them in lacrosse. So he was very connected to, especially Don Jr. And before Trump got elected in 2016, before the swearing in 2016, when he got elected, Harry sent an email to Don Jr. and said, hey, and had like an attached letter that detailed some of the inconsistencies about the case and said, I don't believe my son committed suicide. I would like you to ask your dad to take a look at this as a favor to me. And Don responded, absolutely. After reading that, you're right. There are a lot of inconsistencies, something we need to address. I'll make sure when my dad gets, sworn in that he will take a look at it. Follow-up emails that were sent over the course of a couple of years and they never were responded to. So not only did Pete Hegseth ghost me, Donald Jr. ghosted the Price family.
And this is all to protect military imagery, right? This is basically what you figure it is.
Well, here's what I know. And I'm going to go a little conspiratorial here. And it's only because through my investigations and talking to people, the overriding constant is deception, right? There's just an air of deception and cover up across the last 20 years of the greater war on terror. The number of cover-ups, the number of lies, the number of people who made a lot of money off of those things within the special operations community is staggering. And my gut tells me it's not just, hey, leave this alone. It's bigger, just kind of like the Epstein files. What's in there? What do these SEALs who have been embedded in our government at the highest levels? McCraven was a vice presidential candidate, potential candidate for Hillary Clinton when she was running. He has presidential aspirations. He's in my book, a complete piece of shit, in my opinion.
He's the one that got very popular with the make your bed in the morning.
Yeah, make your bed. Yeah, he's not the make your bed guy. He's the cover up your bed to hide all the dirt that's underneath it. That's what he is. He's good in the fact that he can keep things away from his direct line of sight, but he knows of everything. Anyways, the number of people that are embedded within the government is staggering. And Tim Szymanski, who I spoke about earlier, who was the one that he was in charge of all East Coast SEALs, had it out with Job in his room before he died. He grew up in Wilmington, Delaware. And if you know anybody who's famous that comes from Wilmington, Delaware.
One of the presidents?
Yeah, one of the presidents and his family. Very well connected with them. They went to the same parish church, I'm told. He was also very tight with Hillary Clinton. I'm told he could walk into her office without making an appointment. She would take him every time. So there is a lot of people who are entrenched within our government who were current and former special operations, it's mostly SEALs. So when you see the grandness of it, and then you try to find out how does that work with sorry about that. Phone ringing. makes you think about the grand total of it, and then trying to narrow it down to how does that fit to Job. All the patterns are the same, right? I was a former Army analyst, an intel analyst, and we looked at patterns. I was a cryptanalyst, so everything was patterning. And in law enforcement, everything's patterning. And you can see when there's multiple crimes occurring from the same group of people or person, you can see the patterns that they followed in order to accomplish those crimes. And, you know, the Navy SEALs are great at having dirt. You know, one of the things I've learned over the last 7 years is that in order to accomplish their goal of covering up things like Job's murder, they get dirt on everybody. And then when they say, okay, this is how this is going to be spun, if anybody pushes back, then they have that dirt to leverage against them. And, you know, they're recruiting guys that are, they want that brotherhood, right? They want to have long live the brotherhood, LLTB. That's their slogan. They want to live that lifestyle. They want to live that I'll never leave a brother behind. I will always protect my brothers. And they want that. So they prey on that, and they get people to believe that aspect is the overriding character moral code versus the truth and things that God might find way more moral than their long live the brotherhood. So I saw that, and I saw that the guy that stole the 40,000, he was a former SEAL Team 6 guy, Jeff Peeler. Everybody that is a key player in this investigation, all were from a pipeline of exposure to that world of corruption, to using leverage to get people to follow along. And I believe they also have leverage on people outside of the community within our government. You know, there's, you know, Pete's got a storied past. You know, Don Jr. has a storied past. Hunter Biden, Beau Biden, like they all have storied pasts. And the interaction and intertwining with the Navy SEALs during their sordid pasts is very prevalent. So I believe that there was probably some leverage placed to stop the information from getting out, or being followed up on by members in the administration because of leverage, not because of some, you know, fanboy, even though I believe Pete was a fanboy of the SEALs. I don't think it was that. I don't think that was enough for him to not do the right thing. I think there's probably leverage, which, listen, I believe that that's always been around. That's not just within Trump. That's not just within the modern era of our government. It's always been around. So, but that's what you're fighting against. You know, I'm just some small town cop out of, you know, Northwest Pennsylvania, Northwest Philadelphia suburb, right? So I'm not some super sleuth that, you know, LAPD detective or anything. I'm just a small town cop who just happens to be good at his job. And I want to jump back because there's some evidentiary stuff that I think is really important to talk about outside of the fact of, you know, how his body was positioned, the gun was in his hand. There were a lot of things that didn't add up to a shooting, to a suicide. Number one, the amount of blood on his gun hand, the one he was holding the gun with, was so minute, like maybe 5 or 6 pinprick size blood spots on his hand. And if he would have been shot with his .226 at point blank, which is what the shot was, point blank, there would have been a massive gas explosion back, right? Just the force of the bullet coming out with the gas, blowing back blood and things like that would automatically come back. That's not in question. And there was just very minimal amount of blood on his hand and almost no blood on the gun. So that was something that really stood out until I was able to get the ballistics report and the DNA. And I'll touch on that now. The ballistics report. Now, I want people to understand that just because a gun fired a bullet that expended a casing were found together, that doesn't mean that anything happened where they were found. You still have to prove that gun fired that bullet that went through his head and that casing all were involved in the crime, right? So when I got the ballistics back, it just basically said the gun, the bullet, and the casing came from the same place. The DNA testing came back and said that blood on that bullet, which is the bullet that was found in a pool of blood behind Job's Pelican boxes up by the head of his bed, had Job's blood on it, his DNA. At no point in time was there any trace evidence collected for bone, skin, hair, brain matter from the gun, the bullet, or anything else. So there's no proof outside of them being found in the same place that they were ever used to do anything in that room. So that's a big piece of the puzzle. If you can't prove that that gun was used in this crime, the gun is invaluable, right? It's useless.
Mm-hmm.
Gunshot residue, that's GSR that we call it. And that is basically when you fire a gun, the gases and the powder and all that stuff blow back, like we talked about, and it can be found on the person's hand who fired a gun recently. Now, you're not an expert in law enforcement, I'm sure, Rob, but you've watched enough NCIS or Law and Orders to know, where do you think the first place somebody would test for GSR would be?
On their hands.
On their hands. You would think that. In the reports, the NCIS report, they said they swabbed his hands for gunshot residue and then bagged them to protect them from evidence, which I know they did bag them, and I'll tell you how I know that in a second. But the report came back with the GSR lab testing, and what they tested was the sheet under his pillow, under his arm, and the wood platform that was between the mattress and the bunk for GSR. There was no testing of his hands. Not done at all. So I had to ask the question, what happened to the supposed swab that was collected of his hands? How did that not? And I haven't been able to get any answer on that as far as the chain of custody for the evidence. But the reason why they weren't able to do any analyzing of his body after it was processed at the scene by NCIS is because his body was washed completely from head to toe, and the bags on his hand were removed, and then new bags were placed on at the direction of Jeff Peeler to the medical people who were on the base who removed Joe's body. And that was found in another set of FOIA information from the notes of the NCIS agent who wrote that the body was relinquished to the medical people. Jeff Peeler, it's redacted, but I was able to figure out that was him, was told not to let anybody touch the body, that it's evidence and it can't be tampered with. And the NCIS agent wrote that based on his body language, I did not believe he was going to follow that order. Now, this is a naval officer working this case, and Jeff Peeler was an enlisted guy, so rank and orders were a thing. So Peeler told the guys in the medical tent to wash his whole body because they wanted him to have a dignified return home. So they wanted him dressed in his watch cap and his uniform, and the wound bandaged, so that he could have a dignified transfer. Which, had this just been a suicide, okay, I get it. But we know it's not a suicide now. So when you look at those things, you look at that as part of the conspiracy and the cover up, not some brother who take care of another brother.
Right.
And the NCIS agent who had forgotten to put one of the sheets in Job's body bag, because everything goes to the medical examiner back in Dover and everything gets examined. And they take pictures of everything they take out of the bag as they're taking it out. So I was able to compare the photos from the crime scene to the photos of the autopsy. And you can see that Job's hands were washed. So it verifies there was no blood at all on his hands. It verifies the reporting of the NCIS agent who walked in on them washing Job, because he was giving the sheet to go into the body bag and saw them washing his entire body. And that's in their notes. So any evidence that could have been gleaned from Job's body was destroyed. Yeah. So any DNA, any fibers, any skin, anything under his nails, anything was destroyed. And to me, that was the biggest one. Not only was a 9-hour break between when he was found to when they started investigating, but then afterwards, all the evidence was destroyed. Plus, I know people went into the room and moved things around and took things out of the room. I don't know how little, but I know it happened. So all of that was when you're looking at as an investigator, you're looking at all the red flags, and there were so many red flags. I have one move left. Good buddy of mine, Bobby Aller, who's a crack investigator. He's found a way to get cases reopened. Now my investigative way of doing things is to try to leverage, right? Use information as leverage. But I can do an IG complaint, Inspector General complaint, over procedural errors. And they will have to look at it through a procedural error lens and look at whether or not procedures were followed or not followed during the investigation of Job's death, which clearly I can prove were not. Every crime scene, every investigator 101 thing you learn in cop world, they violated every one of them.
Now, what do you do from here? I mean, how do you, if you want to get his military benefits for his family, you're going to have to prove that it was a murder, not a suicide. It feels like they have destroyed a lot of the information that you would need to, forensically prove it. What do you need? You almost need somebody just to do it for you, or you need somebody to who was involved to come forward, right? That's really where you're at now, I would assume.
Well, yes, but again, I had the information from Pete Hegseth where he had, back in 2023 when he was a Fox News host. I'm pretty sure Pete's the same logical, critical thinker that he was in 2023 that he is today. I don't think he somehow developed some discernment skill set that he didn't already have. So I believe Pete Hegseth still believes that Job was murdered. There is no new evidence that would prove otherwise. There's no evidence, period, that was ever collected or ever analyzed that would prove he committed suicide. So I have that leverage. I have the leverage that Donald Trump Jr. made a promise to a now deceased father of a slain Navy SEAL.
Are these emails?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have that. People like, why aren't you going? I saw in your comments on the Twitter, why didn't you go after Obama or this? Well, if I had information that Obama was involved in the cover up, I would have used it.
Oh yeah. I saw that yesterday.
I only have the evidence that I have. And I'm working from a position of, no budget. And, I'm not a military investigator. I don't know every single in and out of military, who owns what piece of information in the very compartmentalized world of our government. So trying to track that down has been difficult. I'm very thankful for the fact that I've been given platforms to where I know for a fact the key people involved in this case know who I am and what I've been doing and what's coming. I know people in the community who know these people who on my behalf have spoken to them, and they know what's coming. And then finally, I put it out on. Again, I'm new to all of this media. How does the newspaper world work, or news agencies or whatever? It's all new to me. So, when I told the world essentially that I have a Washington Post article coming out soon, I would have assumed that by the time I did Clayton's story in March, that it would have already been done. Because
you feel like there's a little bit, or you think it's getting suppressed? What do you think?
Well, so again, I'm working with an independent journalist who just happens to write a lot for the Washington Post, and the Washington Post agreed to print the story based on the fact that I have information against Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump Jr. Right. Not because they give a shit about Joe Price.
Right.
And again, listen,
think, Matt, when they think you go to the Washington Post, they think you're a liberal and you're trying to attack Trump. That's the first thing they think.
Yeah, no, and I'm very clear on the fact that hurts my soul to go this route. I'm not, but I also know that at the end of the day, right is right and wrong is wrong, and justice shall prevail.
Amen.
And I don't differentiate political party from the truth. And I know that the leaders in our world have a very, very different version of what true is than most of us normal people. But I will not stop until I get the truth to become the facts, right? So it's not a matter of I know the truth and his people that are around me know the truth. It's the world's going to know the truth. And there's options. So I'd given along the way, and I've given more than enough courtesy to Pete Hegseth. And I've told him, I'm like, look, I need you to make this a priority. Please do the right thing. I begged him. And then finally, I'm like, listen, you have 7 days. And if I don't hear back from you in 7 days, then I'm going to go a different route and won't hear from me again. And that's the route is the Washington Post. And so the story is ready. Now it's a matter of the Post releasing it whenever they feel is the best time to release it. And again, none of that's in my control.
But do you think they will release it?
What's that?
Do you think they will release it?
Yeah, I think there isn't enough, like if I'm looking at it from what can they do to try to stop it? You know, if I was going against Biden or Obama, this thing would have been shut down from the jump because they would have been, protective because that's their audience base is the people that voted for those two. If you read Washington Post on any given day, it's just basically the anti-Trump paper.
Oh yeah.
And so, and again, I'm not against. I'll dance with the devil to get the truth. Right?
The Jeff Bezos paper is what.
Yeah. So, I believe that it's going to get printed soon, very soon. But again, I thought it was going to get printed on Wednesday.
I know.
And that got pushed. So, and there's always something that comes up. And again, this isn't my world. I don't know anything about it, but I'm told that this is not abnormal.
I like what you're doing. I do. I think, we have the same issues. We see a lot of government corruption. We will deal in the political world. I've got people come up right after you kind of pay attention to Missouri politics. They go to the Senate and they pay attention to the bills and the language and how everybody interacts with one another. And that's kind of where we've been is we feel a little bit trapped in trying to get certain things done because it feels like the system protects itself. Kind of what you're talking about with the military and the whole, the media and everything else. Everybody tries to protect themselves and then you can't get the truth out. But the media has such a hold on the psyche of the American public that you're going to have a large portion of the people that believe whatever is written. And then if you go against it, it's political, right? They never see the truth. They see it through a political lens, which has really been a problem with our society as they think is now where the truth used to be the truth. Now, when you try to get out the truth, immediately you have big portions of the country think it's for political means. They think, oh, you're for this person or you're for that person or it's this party or that party. And I say the same thing, Isaiah, my producer, we always talk about it. The truth is the truth. We're just trying to get to the truth. It has nothing to do with party. It has nothing to do with liking or not disliking a politician or anything else. We just seek the truth and we go as far as we can to get it out there and then we let people decide. So, Matt, I appreciate you coming on, man. I'm rooting for you. I know that this is very important to you. I'm sure very important to to Job's family, and we'll do everything we can. We'll cut this up. We'll get clips out there. If there's anything we can do for you in the future, if you have any updates, just let us know, and we'll get you back on.
If you let Isaiah know, it's 2 B's in Kubler. C-U-B.
I told him that. I sent him that text. He's not. I said it's 2 B's. I'm like Rob. I'm 2 B's with Rob. R-O-B-B.
All right. And I made my correction in our text.
Matt,
I want to thank you for I'm new to the Missouri world. I'm coming from northeast United States, from the Philadelphia area. That living in Missouri is a whole new way of life for me, one that I truly enjoy and love. And I appreciate there's people out there like you that are holding, and I don't know enough about the Missouri politics yet to truly have an opinion, but I do know that there is a lot of things that are clearly undervalued in the Missouri political governmental landscape.
Agreed. And veterans, for that matter, we have veterans call us all the time. They want property taxes eliminated for veterans. You would think that'd be an easy win for the Republican Party, and they can't get it done. So there's just things. I agree with you. I think it's priorities. It's what's important to the people. It's shrinking government down to size. All kinds of things that we'd like to see change. But we'll hook arms at one of these days because once you get into Missouri long enough, if you're a man who wants justice, you'll see that there's some things that needs to.
Well, you may see my name coming up here in the next couple of years.
Oh, I love it. All right,
I'm considering it, so we'll see.
You let me know. And are you in the Kansas City or in the west side of Missouri?
Yeah. Southwest,
okay. Yeah. I come to KC all the time, so if we're in the area,
please,
we'll go have some lunch.
Absolutely.
You're on. Matt Kubler, everybody. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. I'll be in touch. All right, Isaiah. That's kind of a harrowing story, and it's kind of guy trying to do the right thing and getting pushback from people that you think would be on his side, which is a little bit of a bummer. We hear it all the time, so I think we're getting used to it, aren't we?
Yeah.
Story. That'll be 6 stories that we've been, coming off the radio and getting into podcasting. That'll be 6 stories that I'm aware of where there's just an obvious answer to the problem, and you can't get law enforcement or the government to do anything.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you have a justice system for? What do you have government for if nobody will address things that are obvious? It is what it is. Let me get. I got a couple of advertisers we got to get before we bring in Mike and Amy. Let me start with a new one. which is John Grady. Now, John Grady's running for office, and I like John. I went out and met him at his store. He's got something called Slap Happy Emporium out there. I want to read this to you. I'm going to read it to you for the first time just to get this started, and then we'll kind of format how we want to talk about John Grady's business. But he said there's a new name coming to Highway 50 in Rosebud. Have you ever been in Rosebud, Isaiah?
Just through it.
Oh, so beautiful.
Yeah, through it to go to Jefferson City.
Yeah, beautiful area. He said there's a new name coming to Highway 50 in Rosebud. Slap Happy Emporium is transitioning to Grady's Crooked Halo Mercantile. It says fine goods for saints, sinners, and everyone in between. After Missouri's hemp Skybalon. Is that how it's pronounced? Skybalon. Do you know, Isaiah?
No.
It says after Missouri's hemp Skybalon forced a hard transition, the Gradys did what Gradys have always done. Vulneratus non victus. Bloodied, not conquered. For them, that is not just a motto. They're talking about the Grady family. Says, we took the hit, shook off the dust, and when government overreach came knocking, we did what the Gradys do best, adapt, overcome, and keep fighting forward. When they voted for Governor Kehoe, he said he would kill the income tax. Nobody told them they would kill their income too. So what they did, Isaiah, is they've shut down their hemp business. So they had a thriving hemp business with all kinds of different hemp products. And come November, it's over. So this is where you can get something done if you're into hemp products. He says, come now and stock up on your favorite hemp products before Missouri makes them illegal this November. Our loss is your gain with prices dropping now through November 12th. So between now and November 12th, if you're somebody who buys hemp products, if you're into hemp products, I've taken some hemp products before for pain. Isaiah, people give it to me. I was in Atlanta one time. Somebody gave me hemp products for pain. I thought it worked great for me. And it's not addictive. It's not like you're taking marijuana. A lot of people get those two things mixed up. This is not the case. He goes on to say, the goal is simple. No hemp left on the shelves. And yes, that includes the chicken feed too. So I guess they feed it to chickens. I get a little bit more up to speed with exactly what their products do. He says Grady's, now he's changing it. He's changing it to Grady's Crooked Halo Mercantile. And they'll be bringing you spices, infused olive oils, Italian and Mediterranean treats, a lounge with tasty bites, non-alcoholic drinks, and cigars on the smoke deck for the wayward husband or the discerning wife. That's where I spent time with him, out on his deck smoking a cigar. Great people. Good dude. This is another former military veteran. He is fighting the good fight along with us, Isaiah. He's kind of in the same game with us. He's often on the feed. But I like what he's trying to get done. I enjoyed my conversation with him out there. I said, you know what? And we didn't really even know that he wanted to be an advertiser. I think he reached out to us afterwards.
Yeah.
Said, I want to be a participant in what you guys are doing. John Grady, good man. We really appreciate him. If you want to reach out, 636-388-8771, 636-388-8771. And this is for at least until November 12th. If you are somebody who purchases hemp products, obviously he's going to have to clear the shelves. So you're going to get a great deal on hemp products out at his place. It's Highway 50 in Rosebud. What else? I think that's it. But I want to take care of them. So if you are into hemp products, you got to get out and check out John Grady's place, 636-388-8771. And then Grace Halling, gracehalling.com, gracehalling.com. You see all of their trucks, trash cans, everything with Grace Halling Audit in St. Charles County because they do great business. Outstanding customer service, competitive pricing. Been around since 1998. Everybody loves Gary Schneider. So if you are a residential customer, a commercial customer, just remember gracehalling.com, gracehalling.com, gracehalling.com. Again, if you're a residential customer, trash, recyclables, yard waste, bulk pickups. If you're a commercial business, 2, 4, 6, and 8-yard dumpsters. But for the grace of God, the Schneider family would not have such a thriving business. All right, let's bring in Amy Castro and Mike Compton, act4mo.org. Big stars now. Big stars on the show, and I think they have some information to share with us today, so I'm very interested to see what they have to say. Are you guys going to be talking about the amendments at all today?
I think we were going to talk about getting ready to talk about all of the election season in general, and a little bit about, we got a lot of people running now. We've updated our website to give people a quick way to look at the different races that are out there. and we've put together some sample questions that people can use when these candidates come around, so that they're asking the questions that we think will help them get to the answers that they need to make a good vote.
You got it. I got to ask you real quick, because Isaiah sent me something this morning and I thought I'd get your opinion on it. Do you guys take positions on all of the upcoming votes and all of the amendments? Do you guys take positions, or you just report on it? How do you look at it?
We've been taking positions so far. We're a no on 4 and a no on 5 coming up in August, and of course we're a no on Amendment 3 too. So
gotcha. So no on 3, 4, and 5 for act4mo.org. And again,
and we've got articles up on our website that explain why we came to the conclusion we've come to, and from there.
All right, where do you want to start? The floor is yours.
Amy, you want to say anything before we get going?
Oh, Amy's not hearing us, Isaiah.
Oh,
she has a bad connection today. She texted me. She may be in and out. You might be flying solo, Mike.
No problem. We'll make do. Can we pull up the website, Isaiah, and we'll just start there and show people where they can go to find all this stuff out. So
and it is act4mo.org, act4mo.org. Again, if you can donate, this is our sister, as far as I'm concerned, you guys are our sister, grassroots sister, if you will, because you guys are on the same issues that we are. You fight the same fight that we do, and I just absolutely adore your website. I think, are you getting a lot of traffic? You guys are getting a lot of traffic to your website by now.
Yeah, we do. If I don't post something new at least every 4 or 5 days, it starts to drop off. But yeah, the articles are starting to really take hold, and we've got so many great tools there that people can use to look up stuff. And I think especially when they're starting to go through and try to figure out which candidate they're going to support in the primary coming up, I think it'll be even more so, because I don't know where else you can go to get the information that we have up there.
Gotcha. Okay, do your thing. I mean, you're going to go through some candidates. Is that what you want to do?
We can. I think that first we need to kind of talk to people, because I think people have gotten so used to, especially in Missouri, that hey, if they're a Republican, we're okay. That's kind of the thing. And we've had the supermajority, and I think all conservatives can say they're disappointed in what we've gotten from the supermajority over the last decade plus of them having complete power.
Right.
So we believe it's more of a system issue, but again, we do have to try to find the people they're going to have the courage to make the change to the system, and that's kind of where we're going with this today.
I agree.
So at the top of our page, we've replaced it at the top left-hand corner. There's where you can look up all the races that are for the General Assembly. And if you click on there and scroll down, so for the candidates that have been in office, we're using Locke and Smith and Armorvine's ratings to give people some idea of how they voted in the past. You can search by chamber. If you know your district that you want to look up, you can search by district. Like if we wanted to go and look for John Grady, who we just had on there, if we search for District 61, we can see there's John Grady. He's running against Bruce Sussman. Sussman's been in office. That's not a really great score at all. On Liberty, he votes with the Constitution about 20% of the time.
What?
Yep. And Armorvine,
is it?
Yep. And now see, Locke and Smith, they go through every bill and they rate whether they're constitutional or not, and then they just see how they vote, how everybody votes on those bills, and add up their scores. So that's how they calculate their scores. Okay. So that's how Bruce voted. This would have been not this session, the session before. They haven't released their newest session yet, but I imagine it's not changed much. These folks usually vote the same pattern year after year.
Not the greatest score.
No. And if you look at it, there's very few people that do vote very well as far as the Constitution goes.
Why is that? Is that just because that's the only options they have?
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that, you know, most of these bills have multiple subjects. They change the titles and change the intent. And so that gets it flagged as unconstitutional. And rather than standing up to leadership and saying, no, we're not going to vote for it, if enough of them stood up to it and said no, then we could get the good parts of the legislation through in clean bills, and we wouldn't have the issue. But most of them don't want to cross leadership.
Yeah, I think the only one who's doing that is Bryant Wolfen in a big way in the House, right?
Yeah.
He's the one that goes, look, I can't.
Well, I'd say Mike Davis he's pretty good too.
Yeah, Mike Davis, I hear good things about.
Yeah, and in the House, and then Mike Moon in the Senate,
and then everybody else.
and then everybody else. There's quite a drop off. I mean, there were the 10, and now I guess we're down to the 9 that voted for Justin Sparks for Speaker. They follow right behind Mike Davis and Bryant Wolfen. I mean, they're not quite as strong as they are in voting constitutionally, but they overall vote pretty well. I mean, I think their people should be very happy with the way they're voting.
Gotcha.
Rob, would you mind giving Amy a call so she can get in? The link wasn't working for her because of the internet.
I'll get her to call in. Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, if you just want to run through your page, I'll call Amy.
Sure. We'll talk about our questions next then, I guess. And if you go back to the home page, Isaiah, and then we got our download candidate questions
right here at the top. Yep. And I saw right here as well, right?
Yep.
Great. And then it just downloaded. People can't see it, but it just downloaded.
I just downloaded. I'll just read off a few of them. So the way this is structured is we've got a topic called foundational questions for all candidates. We've got questions for just House members and questions for just Senate members, and then we've got some deep dive questions.
Hey, Amy,
great. So some of the general questions are like, you know, the first thing that we always ask a candidate when somebody comes up and tells us they're running for office is what they believe is the proper role and purpose of government. That's where we always start. That gives you a good understanding on if they can even answer that one correctly. And you would think that most of them could, but you'd be surprised the kind of answers that we get sometimes on that.
Amy's on, by the way.
Okay, great.
I'm here.
Oh, great.
You made it.
So,
oh my God, unreal today.
They're conspiring against Amy today.
Yeah.
I told Mike, the CTP is doing a lousy job of creating my work environment.
It's the Masons.
It's the Masons.
Yes, it's the Masons. I got the Masons on one side. I got the Chinese party on the other.
I didn't know we had such a connection to China.
I know. And if we did,
anybody that has questions on the data centers is automatically a CCP agent.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So we're looking at your hold them accountable question every citizen should ask candidates and office holders. Can I read these off?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. What do you believe the proper role and purpose of government? What do you believe is the proper role and purpose of government? Great question. How do you decide whether to support or oppose a bill? Do you follow a clear set of principles or criteria? Number 3 is how do you or would you choose your staff and advisors? What qualifications or values are most important to you? That number 3 is a really good question because I guess a lot of people go off into Jefferson City and they end up with a chief of staff or something that's kind of embedded in Jefferson City and they don't have somebody representing their original ideology. Is that what you guys are asking?
Yep. That was one of the first things that me and Amy realized when we started going around to the different offices is that, especially for new representatives, a lot of them didn't know how things worked and they're completely relying on staff that may or may not have their best interest or their constituents' interests at heart,
Right. And then they're reliant upon them, right? Because they just don't know how to maneuver around. They don't know where to be.
Some of them have been there a very long time. Some of them, so they're more likely to be the go along to get along type and, don't rock the boat. And those aren't the way that's not how we're going to change the system up there.
Amen to that. All right, let me read these off. Number 4, what will you do if you are asked to vote on a bill you haven't had time to read or don't fully understand? These are good questions. These are my questions. Can you name number 5? Can you name a bill you supported that you later regretted? What did you learn from the experience? Number 6, what is your understanding of a single subject bill and why is that principle important to constitutional government? Number 7, what sections of the Missouri and U.S. constitutions do you view as most important to protect right now and why? Number 8, when you swore to uphold the Constitution, what did that oath mean to you personally? Number 9, can you give an example of a time when you stood alone for what was right, even when it was unpopular? Number 10, how do you plan to keep your constituents informed about your votes and decisions? And then questions to House members and candidates. Number 11, how do you feel about the practice of selecting the new Speaker of the House more than a year in advance before the next election and before the members have been chosen? I was going back and forth. I thought you might have saw that as well, Amy, with Mike Koslow, House Rep out in O'Fallon.
Yeah.
And I see it just fundamentally different than Mike. I mean, he's good enough to get in there and knock it around a little bit. But man, I always find it very difficult to make an argument for voting in your leader before that person has been elected.
What I've realized, if you saw our back and forth too on that same thread, I think that you're talking about, Rob, with Koslow, what I've realized is they look at everything from a purely political standpoint, from what's going to benefit them or their political ambitions or even just getting their bills through, which they see as success, regardless of what the bills do to us, rather than how the people look at it. And, I've been round and round with him on that. I give him credit for having the exchange with me, but we just see the world completely different ways. And it's obvious.
It's interesting you say that, because when I was reading through it and I was looking at Mike and I was thinking, they're talking about getting legislation passed. And I'm more of a guy that likes Bryant Wolfen, who's trying to block legislation, because I don't see much legislation that goes through Jefferson City that's advantageous to the whole. Right. It's like everything has a little special interest here, special interest there, a little amendment here for this person and that person.
Right.
But there's very little, this is, we're shrinking government down. We're going to restrict our power and give it back to the people of Missouri. They don't even see that as anything. They see passing bills and allocating money as their fundamental job. They don't see taking money away from them and saying, listen, we got to shrink this baby down because our government is getting too big. We've doubled the size of ourselves in the last, less than 10 years. I think that's the fundamental difference. You and I would like to shrink government. They see passing bills and allocating money as their principal position in government.
Well,
and again, I kept seeing in that kind of this is the way it's always done. This is how we do it. This is the systemic thing. And there wasn't, it's like, well, could you just think about it for a second? Is this really the proper role? Is this really how it should be done? But there's that resistance to that.
And,
I guess, it's part of the system.
This all lays out because we went back and got the video clips of the nominating speech for John Patterson and Bryant Wolfen's nominating speech for Justin Sparks from the last speaker election. And we play both of them in full so people can hear exactly what the representatives sitting in the chamber that day had to listen to, and then they were asked to vote for one or the other.
We should play that, because if you can get that up, Isaiah, I thought that was so great, because I was there and I was a little bit taken aback by it as well. Because
it's pretty long, but it's worth everybody listening to, because what we want people to do is put yourself in one of those chairs, hear those two visions, because they're basically visions for how the House should operate going forward. It's more than just the personality. They want to make it about personality. That really, especially when you listen to Bryant Wolfen, it wasn't about the personality. It was about the processes. Right. And
the guy that stood up for Patterson basically said, I got to meet this guy playing golf one day, if I remember.
Yeah.
I got this guy playing golf one day and I liked him and he's really sharp. And I'm like, you got to play golf with him. I know.
And the lunch.
Yeah, it seemed bizarre. And I remember thinking that when I was there, I'm like, this is how they determine who's going to just be the gatekeeper for all legislation to govern the people of Missouri, is that he played golf with him and liked him. And then you got, the Bryant Wolfen and the 10 that stood up for Justin Sparks and said, we think this process takes the voice away from the people, which made a lot of sense. And they had the Democrats join the Republicans to stop Justin Sparks from really having any chance whatsoever. It's just, the whole thing seems odd to me. And it's very strange, at least from my perception, that they stick up for that process. It's just a process that that's just obviously not in favor of the people. I don't know.
I think we titled that the vote that they want you to forget. And I think that the thought was, well, that's 2 years away from the next election. People will get over it, because there were a lot of people that were calling their representatives and asking them, will you vote for Sparks? A lot of people wanted their reps to vote for Sparks. Now, a lot of them didn't vote for him, not because they didn't agree with what Brian Wolfen said. They did it because they were afraid. And we need people that aren't afraid to make the change, because if enough of them would have stood on their conviction of what they knew was right, which is why we put this together the way we did, then we could have had some real systemic change in the House already. And that's what it's going to take to get there. Is we're going to
get there.
Yeah,
we'll get there. Because these guys all.
I just think that's really important for people to know that, though. The reason they did not vote is they were afraid.
And what are they afraid of? Just not having any power whatsoever. They'll be alienated from the.
I think Mike Koslow might have said it in one of the responses. Well,
he did.
If you don't vote against, if you vote against the speaker, you're not going to get on committees. You're not going to get your bills through. And if you look at Bryant Wolfen, especially, has he gotten any? I mean,
no.
I mean, so he was punished. Sparks was punished so severely that he ended up had to leave the House to get a job outside in the Trump administration to support his family. This is what has to change. And again, we just wanted people to see what the choices were, and they can put their political spin on it all they want, but that's what the people will see, and that's what they need to understand. The people don't care about their political. Well, if I vote this way, I'm going to be on the wrong side of this guy. And I'm thinking, the people didn't send them there to play those games. The people sent them there to represent their needs and wants.
Right. And I think what happens is, just from an outsider's looking in, and listen, I don't want to besmirch everybody's reputation that goes into Jefferson City. That's just not what my game plan is. But I do want to call them out when I think that they're fundamentally wrong about their vision of what Missouri politics should be all about, which is serving the people. And I see the same thing you do. I think when they go down there, it's just my guess, and I've talked to several people that have been in Missouri politics in the House and Senate and agree with me. So it's not like I'm coming to this with no backing whatsoever. But I think they go down there and it is new to them. Most people have not been in office. It's confusing. You don't know where to be or how the trains run, and you're really not sure of yourself. You get adopted by the party. You get adopted by the infrastructure of Jefferson City. And then all of a sudden you're starting to make associations and you go, okay, this is how it works. And you just it's like you get into a system and you start working the system without ever recognizing what you're really doing, right? You're just in the system. You're starting to play ball. This is the way we do it kind of thing. This is how the system works. And, I think that's why we say it's systemic. It's a systemic issue that needs to change. We don't want you working within that system because we don't think it is, it hasn't worked for Missouri, right? You add the gasoline tax, you double your budget, you strip the abortion, abolition of abortion in the state of Missouri, things that conservatives really liked. You guys didn't really either protect or the things didn't get done for us. So now we don't trust you as much as you'd like us to trust you for this new tax bill that's coming in, for example, right? But they're pushing that. The Republican Party is pushing that like it is life or death to get the income tax reform bill pushed. Right. And I really think that's what it is. I think they see it as this is the way the system works. I think people like us look at it and say, that's why we want the system to change.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that sums it up very well.
Right.
And I think that's a big difference when you're looking at these grassroots organizations. That's what you have to ask them. Do you believe we need systemic change? Or do you believe that we just need to send better people in?
Do you know
we
why?
Believe.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Amy.
Go ahead.
Do you know why these, what is your take on some of these grassroots organizations? I won't name them because I don't want to get into a food fight with them, but some of these grassroots organizations that are, kind of attacking of us, questioning whether we're CCP agents, what our motives are, what do you think is going on there? Because the thing that I'm starting to notice is they are aligned with the Republican Party initiatives. And they're pushing the Republican Party initiatives.
They believe in the system. They believe in the system. The system's good. They want to be a player in that system and, get their status and get their accolades. That's what I think. And therefore, they don't want to be too critical of the system just enough to get the people to make their donations, and then they, to get to get people to follow their,
but
their guidance,
idea
their
is,
guidance.
Yeah,
their idea is typically to get a seat at the table, to get their seat at the table.
Yeah.
Where our idea is let's get the citizens' voice back at the table, and let the citizens' voice be heard and be the guiding principle, not the other way around. And a lot of those groups, it's whether it's top down or bottom up, kind of how you can look at it too, where the direction's coming from. So
I feel like we are getting movement. Are you guys recognizing that a little bit? I was talking to some of the people at People's Lobby Missouri last night, and I said it does feel like we're getting headway. We're starting to enter all of the conversations with people.
Yeah.
We have the constitutional sheriff bill out of Osage County with Sheriff Bonham that passed. He was very excited about that. That was something that was on our agenda. We've really, I think there was just an article out on, I think it was one of the local news stations talking about live streaming from the Senate. So that's something that we all pushed, right? Yeah. And that is starting to become a main conversation. Lieutenant Governor David Wassinger helped us with that. But these are not questions that even the local press is starting to ask. How can you push back against live streaming from the Senate when 48 other states already do it? And you got a lot of unhappy voters in the Republican Party. They'd like to watch you.
I think even a better sign than all of those is like we work with this group that we go to quite often. It's actually now they're a Turning Point group out of Marshall, Missouri, and they had Secretary of State Hoskins as their speaker last week, and the questions that they asked him were phenomenal, and we're seeing that more and more. They were good, educated questions. We're seeing it online. It's not just us pushing back now. We're seeing other people jump on these threads and asking great questions. People are getting educated. They're understanding what's going on. And I think that's an even better sign than all the others, because that's really what's going to drive change.
Agree 100%, Mike.
Yeah, Marshall did an amazing job. And they even said, listen, we are very informed citizens and we have a lot of questions. I mean, and they just went one right after the other. And I'm like, go guys, go. Good for you. So shout out to Marshall Marshall and Livingston County.
Saline County there, but
Saline County.
How did Hoskins take it? Was Hoskins affable guy?
Denny did his best to answer all the questions, but you could tell he was uncomfortable and trying to dance a little bit. He was. I think he even said at one point, "Boy, you all are a very informed audience." I don't think he was prepared for that. I think they're used to people asking pretty much the same questions over and over again. And
yeah,
they were drilling him on all these amendments. They were drilling, it was, I would not have wanted to be in Denny's shoes. Let me put it that way.
See, that's great.
And probably, and do that, and that environment, it's a little bit, it's a theater. So you're on stage and you've got a center light. So you really cannot see very well. You can't see the audience very well. And you really do feel the heat of the light. So I think it's a little combination of being front and center on a stage, elevated, blinded by light, and then just question after question. I do think Denny, he's always been in my experience, he's always been very open about answering any question, even tough ones. But I think the rapid fire and the intensity and the number of questions, I could tell he was like, whoa, okay, game on.
What's that?
You got a video. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send you guys a link to it.
Would you? We might play little bits and pieces of that. I agree with you 100%. When I was reading, the reason I wanted to read the questions off when I saw what you were doing is that's been my argument. If you ask the right questions, then all of a sudden the picture becomes more complete, right? It's when you're asking the dumb questions and the canned questions, you don't really get anything out of that. It's the pointed questions. It's the follow-ups. When you start to question politicians.
It's the follow-up question, because I think a lot of times the politicians are very good. They know what the first round of questions are going to be. And we have to get past that and then go a little deeper and then get them on record with that, because that's how, when they go into the next session, we say, hey, remember when you were over there in, Johnsontown or whatever, and you were asked and you said,
right.
We can hold their feet to the fire a little bit more.
The other thing people have to understand is when they come to speak, they're already trying to shape the conversation in their remarks before they get to the questions.
Right.
So you have to realize that and be willing to break out of that. And again, our questions aren't, I mean, we're not asking people to use them verbatim. They're just a way to give people ideas that they can use what they like. They can expand on them. They can, it's just to get people thinking a different way than what we have been, I think.
Let's pop up. You got an event coming up. So one of our listeners said, Rob, you got to promote Act for Missouri. They have an event coming up here soon. There it is. Act for Missouri, speaking at Faith-Based Voters, St. Louis, June 17th, 7 p.m. at the police station at 11500 Grabois, St. Louis, Missouri. Principle over party, accountability over spin, bringing truth to the table. Tell us a little about what you got going on here.
Well, this is actually Dr. Helen's group.
Dr. Helen Gelhart.
Hang
on one second. Dr. Helen Gelhart. Let me get Dr. Helen Gelhart's information. Advanced Wellness MED. Is that the one you're talking about?
That's exactly her.
All right, let's talk about Advanced Wellness MED while you brought her up. So this is Helen Gelhart. So she's putting something on with you guys.
It's a group that she's part of that she asked that they have us come speak.
I didn't know that you guys were kind of hooked up a little bit here, but I love Helen. I love you guys. So this works out great for me. AdvancedWellnessMed.com, Dr. Helen Gelhart. Again, she has multiple different services that I find very, very valuable. There she is on the screen, very spiritual woman. As you can see, she likes to make sure that everybody understands that. She says, we assist the divine healer, feel, think, look better, live longer. She has the earliest cancer detection blood test in the game. She treats people with Alzheimer and dementia. As she says, we have symptom reversal. So if you know somebody that has Alzheimer, somebody that has dementia, and they're struggling with it, she has techniques that will reverse the symptoms of Alzheimer's and dementia. And again, if you haven't called Dr. Helen Gelhart and you have somebody suffering from Alzheimer's and dementia, I just have to ask, why not? 314-576-0094. You can check her out at AdvancedWellnessMed.com, AdvancedWellnessMed.com. Cancer control, the earliest testing for heart attacks, strokes, cancer, you name it. And again, symptom reversal for Alzheimer's and dementia. Great people. You'll love her. I got people coming from all over the country to see her. She is top notch. No hospital administrations to bog her down. She does what's right for her patients from start to finish. AdvancedWellnessMed.com. Dr. Helen Gelhart, 314-576-0094. I thought I'd throw that plug in there because I had to get to her anyway.
Absolutely. She's an amazing lady and an amazing patriot.
The people are, her office was as friendly as could possibly be. I love her husband, Paul. I just love the whole operation on them. We're very excited to have them supporting us. So I'm glad that you guys are hooking up as well. I was talking about it. If you guys, I know you guys are a little further away, but I'm going to try to have an event on the 13th or 14th to bring everybody together. People from the political scene that are on the same game with us, people that are in business that are friends of mine, family, friends, advertisers, and begin the infrastructure of what we're trying to get done so that we're communicating. Maybe people can exchange emails and cards, that kind of thing, but really kind of begin build a foundation of people that are working together in whatever way they can, right? It's like expand the family, if you will. You know how family will do things for you? If we expand the family, then all of a sudden we can start working together and get some things done, both from a business standpoint and from a political standpoint.
Great.
100% agree.
You guys are more than welcome to come. Anything else that you guys got for me today? Anything you want to get through?
I think we got through what we were wanting to get to today.
When you guys come back next week, can we walk through these amendments? Because a lot of people are wanting to get your opinion. I just got phone calls and text messages. They're like, hey, if Mike and Amy are coming on, how do they feel about these things? And can they explain them? And I know that you can. So when we go through amendments 3, 4, and 5, I really want to get your opinion on how you see them. I'm somebody with this tax one that is, I hear where most people are coming from the right. They're saying, listen, I don't trust these people. Did you see one of the grassroots organizations that was supporting, Isaiah may even have some, what's so crazy this morning, I was reading through it. They were pushing the tax reform bill. Is that 5?
That's 5. Yeah.
That's 5. And I was looking at, they posted it, and they gave this long dissertation as to why they approved of the Amendment 5. Every comment under, this is their post. This isn't like it's on our post. This is on their post. Every single person underneath it, I think that there was like 30 comments. Every one of them was, no, what are you guys doing? What are you guys crazy? We don't like this bill. What are you guys doing? This is not a grassroots organization. It was just one after another. And I thought, man.
Well, that's what we've been seeing.
Holy cow.
That's what we've been seeing.
We've been trying to tell people.
There it is. Do you have it, Isaiah?
Yeah, Amy's been really paying attention to the responses to the posts, and I think she can tell you that she's been seeing it run 80% against on even whether it's the governor, whether it's one of the bill sponsors, or groups like this. The people aren't buying it, and it's real simple, because it does come down to, really, Amendment 5 comes down to, do you trust the people that got us in this mess to do the right thing if you give them additional power?
Do you know Amy DeClue?
Yes.
You know that?
Well, yes. Yeah.
So Amy, she put something out. I was listening to it this morning when I was getting ready for the show, and she's giving an endorsement for 5. And the way they're selling it, and I don't know whether, I don't know Amy. I don't know whether to like or dislike. I don't know anything about her. But she's
a very nice person.
Yeah, she was laying it out, saying that it was basically, the framework is such that it's basically, she admits it, it's a transfer from the income tax to user taxes, sales taxes, kind of thing. And she says it's revenue neutral, meaning we're just going to take taxes from, they don't want to, she said, I don't think they should take it out of your check before you have a say. With consumption taxes, you have the ability to determine where you want to spend those taxes, and it's just a revenue neutral. It's outlined in a way that she can't bring in any more money. They're not going to bring any more tax revenue. It's completely tax revenue neutral. And I've heard a lot of people say that's not true.
Well, it is revenue neutral from the government's point of view, not from your point of view, because it's revenue neutral in that the government has to bring in the same amount of tax in the end. But here's a couple of points on that. One is, that doesn't mean it's going to be revenue neutral for a senior citizen is going to end up paying more in tax, because they don't pay income tax now. Somebody who pays a super high income tax will probably work out into their benefit, so they'll end up paying less. So it's not revenue neutral for the citizens. It's revenue neutral for the government. The other thing is, it does say that if they decide to tax new services, it has to be offset by a reduction in the income tax, and that has to be on the same bill, but it doesn't have to be on the same time. And I'm convinced that's why they had to leave in the exemption for, whether you call it the Carnahan or whatever you want to call the exemption, to go back to the people, is because what their plan is probably going to be, in my opinion, is that the first bills that come out will immediately tax new sales and services, but the reduction in the income tax will come some years later. They'll say that we have to see how much we actually bring in so we can see how much we reduce. And that could buy them a 3-4 year window to keep spending at the levels that they're spending. Because again, remember, we are out of the COVID money. We've spent our savings as a state. So they have to come up with new revenue, or they're going to have to make drastic cuts. And this would buy them another 3 or 4 years if they did it like that. And that's just my opinion, but that's what I believe, looking at the amendment and looking at where the situation of the state.
Well, that sounds very logical and plausible to me, Mike. That does make a lot of sense. Well, let's check it out next week, if you guys don't mind. Whatever you got on your on your agenda for next week, but I'd like to walk through that. We can promote it all week long. We can cut it up and get your opinion on each one of these amendments. We'll put it out onto social media, begin the conversation, because one thing different about, I think, the way you guys look at it and the way we look at it is, I want to frame the narratives. I want to frame the arguments. I get so tired of being on the back page of the, they frame the narrative and they're going, no, we're going, but. I would like to frame the narrative and say, look, this is the way we see it, and let them respond to us versus the other way around. Because when we're responding to them, these politicians, some of the good ones, they can talk in circles for half an hour. And if you're not astute, you don't even know what they said at the end of it. You're just like shaking your head, yes, because they're good at it. Here we can say, this is the why we see it being an issue, and then let the politicians respond to it. And then we can have a real conversation. I'd rather set the narrative than be on backpedaling all the time, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. We'll plan on going through each one of the amendments.
You got it. Act4mo.org. Again, if you can, if you're listening out there as we start to cut this up, donations would be great for them. Act4mo.org. They need it. They don't like asking for it. They're a little bit like me. If it weren't for Isaiah, I don't think I would do it. Isaiah makes me do it every day. But you got to ask for money. They need the help to get down there to Jefferson City to keep the website up and running. They're not looking to make a living off of it. They're just looking to get the information out so that we can better the state of Missouri. Not much more complicated than that. Mike Compton, Amy Castro, always good to see you.
I thought you guys might want to see this. Bryant Wolfen just announced that he hit his donation goal.
Yay! Woo!
Outstanding.
I was kind of a little bit shocked that it took so long because I'm like, come on, there are 100 grassroots people out there that will, and I have to emphasize this. I cannot tell you guys enough, I guess maybe because I've been in fundraising and stuff. Small dollars, a lot of small dollars add up. And I think sometimes people think, well, I can't compete with the lobbyists, or I can't compete with the big. You're right. We can't go dollar to dollar, but there's more of us than them. So get in there, and whether it's $2 or $5, or you go door knock for an hour, there are so many ways. Sharing on social media, get in that dialogue. You can be part of the solution. I just don't want anybody to think I just don't have anything to offer. God gave you a gift. Think about it, figure out what that gift is, and get in the game. Let's go, Missouri.
Amen. Because I always say, if you were to give $5, so because we look for $5 a month. We, people, we get people that give us $150 a month, right? It just is, people just do what they like to do. I like the $5 a month because $5 a month says, we get more people in the game when we get to the number. And I always say, if you understood that $5 a month, if we all did it, if we just got enough people in, it's a not profit. We're not building wealth from this. I know you guys aren't. We're definitely not doing that. In fact, my board members would have a heart attack if they even suggested it. I said, I need money to get back and forth. They're like, we'll give you $500 to get back and forth to Missouri. That's about it. That's it. That's all you get. And I said, okay, gotcha. And we haven't even taken that out yet. But if you were to give $5 a month and we get a lot of donations in, it will save you thousands and thousands and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars over time, because we want to shrink that government down so that you can control your own money. That's what we're all looking for. We're looking for small, we're conservatives. We want small government, stay out of our way, make sure that our streets are clean, make sure that we're protected. And outside of that, let us figure it out as a society. We don't need the government to do every single thing for us. And then you feel like you're obligated to do everything for us. And then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. We're just looking for the government to wipe our butt all the time. And I think it's a bad move. I don't think that many Missourians are looking at their checkbook going, boy, I'd like to give more taxes to the state of Missouri. I think it's just the opposite. So that's
and that includes us, and that includes all of us. Yep. We are all on the same page with that.
Amen.
We may not like the methodology. We agree with the goal.
Amen. All right. Mike, Amy, great to see you guys.
Yep. Great to see you
Take
too.
care, guys.
Have a great day. We'll talk soon.
Bye-bye.
Good people right there. Good people, Mike and Amy. I dig them.
Oh.
JonesWater.com, JonesWater.com, JonesWater.com for all of your air and water filtration needs. JonesWater.com. You'll be the filter or you buy the filter. Look,
one or the other.
Yeah, you're going to be the filter or you're going to buy the filter. You cannot be drinking tap water anymore. Just take that out of your head. You have to stop that. If you've got any money at all, make sure you're taking care of your health, which is fresh air and fresh water in your home. We talk about it every day. I can't beat it up too much more than that, but I got to tell you, Everett Jones is the guy to go to. Been around since 1995. Great supporter of this show from the very beginning. Great supporter of this show, and I want to take care of him. I think last year he said he sold more water filtration products than he ever has in his business. I take great pride in that. I hope that everybody understands clean air, clean water, whether you have kids, grandparents living in your home, doesn't matter. Keep your family safe with fresh air, fresh water at joneswater.com. 636-899-1040. Yeah, if you want to do business with Everett in Missouri, St. Charles County, Lincoln, Franklin, Warren, St. Louis, and Jefferson. If you go to the east side, the dark side, the Illinois side, Madison, Monroe, Jersey, and St. Clair. JonesWater.com, 636-899-1040. You'll be the filter or you'll buy the filter. And ECS Roofing. Don't forget about ECS Roofing and Exteriors. If you want to check out their work, go to Facebook, check out ECS Roofing and Exteriors. Great guy. When we were talking it over, Isaiah, he said, listen, I'm just like you, Rob. I like to do business the right way. We don't take advantage of our customers. We don't do the door knocking thing. We just tell people, listen, if you want somebody who will take care of your roof, we've been around for 30 years. We'll do it at a better price and we'll do a better job. He is the contractor for the Rob Carter Show. Roofing, that's where they specialize. But he used to build homes, so he knows every aspect of your home. Roofing, siding, decks, gutters, garage doors, custom exterior metal, residential or commercial, new construction, storm damage, free licensed inspections. And the key to it all, he's a licensed independent insurance adjuster. So if somebody knocks on your door and tells you they can fix your roof because they're going to be working with the insurance companies, you don't know whether they're telling the truth or not. Mm-hmm. He does it for a living. So he does both. He builds, he takes care of roofs, he takes care of contracting work, and he's a licensed insurance adjuster. My man, Larry Evans, proud to have him a part of the show as well. You can reach him at 314-486-3567, or you can check him out on Facebook, ECS Roofing and Exteriors, 314-486-3567. 3567 ECS Roofing and Exteriors. All right, let's bring in my man, Robb Workman. Robb is a piece of work. I can't wait to see Robb. Where you at, Robb? There he is.
Can you see me?
You're looking good.
I'm hoping you hear me fine. It's kind of echoing in this new room I'm at here. So
can you hear us?
Okay? Yeah, I hear you guys just fine.
Okay. Yeah, we hear you fine. I was going to say, we have a long history. You came in. First of all, we grew up around each other. We saw each other at a political event. And then you came in and started talking about the dangers of Wi-Fi, smart meters, this type of thing. And you really, my audience was going crazy that day. They're like, wait a minute, smart meters can be a problem. And I just, the thread in the, when I was in the radio station was going crazy. So it interests people a lot. Tell people about what you do, what you're seeing, what you think of the AI data centers, what you think of the smart meters, and whatever else is on your mind today. Because I wanted to get you back in just to make sure that people were still paying attention to the dangers of Wi-Fi.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you had me back on because things have changed quite a bit. The data centers really set a precedence to where people are actually waking up to these the different types of what I call digital heroin, the technology, the screens, this type of abuse of synthetic energy that comes off and actually attacks our body is not something that's ever been seen before. So what's been happening here is because it's invisible, people can't see it, people can't smell it. They really don't really have an idea that these things are actually bad, even though the FCC states that the guidelines are only for 6 minutes, and that's it. After 6 minutes, you can't touch a phone for another 24 hours. Actually, they're saying in small print that it's actually 5 millimeters away. So because of that, because I'm an electromagnetic radiation specialist, I'm also a building biology environmental consultant. I'm also certified in indoor air and water. I've gotten a lot of phone calls from people about data centers. Would you please help me? So I actually got can you guys see me?
Yeah, we see you. You're good.
Make sure. So I actually got a phone call from a Heather Schaefer in Granite City. And she's, would you please come out to Granite City, speak to the council out there. And we also have another meeting set up for the Pontoon Beach. And I did. So I went out there and spoke, gave them my credentials, explained who I was. Hey, I did over 200 surveys in the St. Louis metropolitan area. I've been at this for 8 years. I actually hired an apprentice come to St. Louis that had more experience than I did and watched him for 3 years before I actually officially said, hey, I'm going to do this on a part-time, full-time basis. Because I had this knowledge of the electrical grid and the EMFs, my expertise, I thought, would be very, very conducive as far as relaying an information to the council to help them make a better decision about if these data centers are right for the St. Louis area or Granite City area, period. And after I got done with my presentation, they seemed very, very interested. I gave them my white paper and they said, "Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Workman. This is pretty impressive. Thank you so much." So I handed the information. Of course, no one ever calls me. So we would give him my white paper to LA Davis. We give him my white paper to Franklin County. They explain my credentials, that the concerns I have about the what they call dirty power, switch more power supplies, smart meters, anything that has a variable speed motor, which will have a lot of those in the data centers, will cause a lot of dirty energy around the grid. And what's really, really amazing about these data centers, yeah, I know about the water, I know about the air pollution, I know about the noise, but on both sides, no one at all understands the dirty power the grid is going to endure, and it spreads like a fungus. And the grid is actually designed, I hate to say this, intentionally designed to make you sick. Even Russia, Putin even told my medical doctor, Dr. Klinghardt, one of the students, he was asked in a meeting, "Do you think you'll ever have to attack America?" He says, "I don't have to. They already attacked themselves." See what they're doing with electricity, because the neutral is not big enough to go back to the substation. That energy, it's 70% of that pollution called current. It's part of the electromagnetic field, goes into the grid, and it goes in all directions for miles. And Granite City is the railroad tracks. It'll get on the railroad tracks. Anything metal, it will attract to first, and it goes in all directions, not just least resistance, but all directions.
And how do you know, Robb, when you're being affected by it? That's what I wanted to ask you last time, and I didn't get a chance to ask you. So if you're being affected by Wi-Fi, if it's beginning to take effect in your body, because you said it attacks different people in different manners, how do you know? I mean, what would you see? What would you feel? What would you start to recognize if you're being affected by it?
Well, yeah, I'll tell you this. My one of my teachers, Larry Gus, he's an electrical engineer, he basically took this the first day and said, see this right here? This is put out by the U.S. military, actually by Naval Medical Research Institute, 1971. He said there's 2,000 studies here. It causes 120 different illnesses and diseases. We don't need any more studies. We're done with studies. We're done. We don't need any more. Stop saying that. You're under complete mind control if you say you need more studies. It's already been done. So, yeah, I think some of the symptoms can be a variety of things. They do affect people differently. For me, for example, because I was affected so drastically, I actually had swelling of the veins. I had fatigue. I lost a lot of weight. I got dizzy. I started tipping over, sort of falling over just on a basic walking function. I got confused. I guess my muscles started deteriorating. So, of course, that led in, you might have Lyme disease, you might have this, and you might have that. But what it came right down to is because they put a smart meter coupled with a Wi-Fi router, which was in my office, and then I was using the iPad, it was more of what I call a barrel effect. A lot of times, it's not just one thing. I just want to talk about something really quick here.
Go ahead.
Me, injured, very healthy. Marathon runner in Kirkwood area. I'm not going to mention her name on permission. Marathon runner, injured, very healthy. The Sperber family, I can mention their family, very healthy family, injured. Another family over in Whitmore area, very healthy family, injured. I'm going to start with her first. I go to her house, and Dr. Simon Hughes gave me the referral to go see them. And he said to me, I'm not going to spend any money except for your survey. And I said, I just want to find out what's wrong with my wife. She hasn't left the house in 2 years. I see this all the time. Haven't left the house in 2 years except to go see the doctor. That's it. I said, fine, no problem. What have you been doing the past 2 years? I sit in this chair right over here. And what are you doing when you're in that chair? So I've been on the phone the whole time. I said, okay. Right next to it was a Wi-Fi router. Was a smart meter. All we did is get rid of her cell phone and get rid of the smart meter, put a cover over it. All of her symptoms went away in 90 days. She was perfect. Nothing changed. Marathon runner had no idea that 3 years ago when she decided to do a remodeling project on her house, they moved the smart meter from the front of her house to her bedroom. And 30 days later, after she went through her notes, is when that actually triggered her symptoms. She no longer ran a marathon her entire life since then, in 3 years. Okay. My situation, bodybuilder. Okay. It took me 7 years to get through this. And Sperber family, her family actually, she breaks out in hives. I get a phone call from Orrin Miller, which was my teacher at the time. Says, hey, I got a phone call from a client right down the street from your house in St. Louis. Why don't you go see her? Found out that they did a remodeling project on her kitchen. They didn't. The utility company, without telling them, puts on a smart meter. Within a few days to a couple of weeks, she breaks out in hives. A few days later, Mr. Sperber has a stroke. Okay. She has the wherewithal to figure out that maybe it might be a smart meter problem. After she went online, we get the smart meter off her house, put on a mechanical meter. All her symptoms go away. Unfortunately, Mr. Sperber, who was in perfect health, okay, dies 2 years later, okay, from stroke complications. We see this nationwide, and I just looked at the recent statistics. Since the smart meters have went in the houses, before 2012, we had an average of 20,000 electrical fires a year in the United States. Right after they put these things in, went up to 32,000 electrical fires every single year in the United States. Right, and it's been like that ever since they put these things in. So we know they cause fires. We know they actually overcharge you. We know that actually has lithium inside there, which can be a bomb. They took out the surge protection, which can now cause a blast. They also took out the guts of the mechanical meters. Okay, so therefore it can take the utilities. It only charges for amperage versus the new meter charges for more, like it couples the amperage and voltages and converts them to kilowatt hours. So it's actually in my smart meter fact sheet from my building biology school. It says, I quote, in the school, it says, the potential problems of the AMI smart meter and your opt-out meter. We'll talk about that because I went down to the Public Safety Commissions. I said, you cannot use this opt-out meter. It's not an opt-out meter. It's still polluting the environment. It says that it has increased fire risk, increased utility bills, breach of privacy, shorter technology, lifespans, and security, and it is a assault on all biological life. That's both the opt-out and the smart meter. They both are bad, the way they're designed. There's a switchable power supply in there right before the mechanism that calculates the amperage and the voltages, which you get charged for utilities you don't actually use. Mm-hmm. So that has been kind of my last, I guess you could say my last 7 or 8 years. We just
you petitioned Missouri, didn't you?
I'm sorry?
I know you were petitioning Missouri government. How did they react to you?
Well, okay, yeah. So of course, Hawley, I call him, call him Fox News Hawley. Where's he at here? Where's Fox News Hawley at? Oh, I got Fox News Hawley. Here, Fox News Hawley, 666.
There you go.
Running mind control. It's on Gematria, 666. Yes. Okay, we have Google, 666.
Yes.
CERN. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on about these.
They show it to you.
About, they have. I mean, you have to have fun. Come on.
I know.
I'm having fun with these guys as well. But yeah, so I petitioned. Where's that petition? I petitioned. Here you are, right here. This is the notice of liability I sent to this. I actually had a research scientist write this for me. It took her 2 years to write it. Okay, it says notice of liability. So what you do, you send them 3 letters with a notice of liability, or you're going to through a common law court system. You send them 3 letters. There he is, right there. Okay.
Had to.
Okay. So I sent Jessica Rosenwerth, the FCC chairman, Chairman Pye, Michael Parsons, Eric Schmidt, Steve Elman, and there were several letters. Here it is right here, matter of fact. Where is he at? Let's go to Hawley's stuff here. Here it is right here. 15 pages right here. It was actually titled From St. Louis for Safe Technology. We all wrote him a letter, concerns about the smart meters. They all say the same thing. We're looking into it.
They're always looking into it.
Everybody's looking into it. Okay. But they never answered my affidavit. So Eric Schmidt actually did respond back and say, hey, listen, I got your letter there. Doesn't show any concerns about my injuries, because I just sent all copies of my medical records as well at the same time. How my testosterone level dropped 50%, how I had all these heavy metals in my body, how I had Lyme disease, and that my 2 medical doctors, not clown shows, 2 medical doctors said that these EMFs, including smart meters, contributed to my illness and disease. Please respond to my affidavit. They didn't respond to anything. Just dead silence. So we went in Hawley. So then I actually went to Hawley's office and talked to Dr. Bob Onder when he was running for congressman.
Yep.
And I give the guy credit. He gave me 20 minutes to talk to him about the smart meter. He says, hey, I know it's a privacy issue. I don't like it. So I'm here to talk to Hawley. I talked to Senator Schroer. We already worked this thing out. He's supposed to be here today. I want to talk to him for a few minutes. Just give me 5 minutes to say I'm a moron and I'll leave. Okay. Waited there. No one ever showed up. And then I actually had another one of my clients who saw Congressman Bob Onder, Dr. Bob Onder, at I believe it was Grace Church. And she walks up there and she says, hey, do you know anything about the smart meters? Don't know nothing about them.
Really?
And I'm like, well, that's kind of hard to believe. I just talked to him for 20 minutes at Senator Hawley's office about smart meters. He can't say he knows nothing about them. So then they have dementia. They don't respond back. They have dementia. And I'm trying to help people here. And we can't get any help from these guys. And at the same time, they don't do anything to change any of the rules. The FCC, as of 2022, were found basically guilty because their safety guidelines have not changed since 1953. With Herman P. Swan, who says that if that tissue doesn't get too warm in 6 minutes, for military men and women, not the public, military men and women, if that military man or woman doesn't get too warm in 6 minutes, then that's okay. So they decided to adopt that. It's called the Telecom Act in 1996. And say, now we're going to make that be the safety guidelines, because it's not the thermal effect that causes the harm. It's the non-thermal effect that causes the harm. And that's how they're getting around it. They don't ever talk about non-thermal. They talk about thermal. That's their get out. That's their witchcraft. Uh-huh. They turn the 2 triangles upside down. You have rim-fram. That's who these people are, the rim-fram. They're dynamic. That's how they are. That's how they turn everything upside down. So I caught him in all this stuff here, and I pinned him against the corner. And at the end of the day, they don't want to talk to me. I've talked to David Kozad. They had the EPA. We called him 100 times, left them messages. said, Robb Workman is an expert here. We found there's actually a code violation in the smart meters. And I can go on and on and on. And I sent it through Hawley's office to the liaison in Kansas City. And of course, Buffy Peterson, who lined this all up for me, spent this a year of making phone calls to get the FCC to say, well, listen, we know that you're having problems with this meter here, but there's no doctor here on staff. And I'm like, what do you mean here? You're the FCC. You're giving medical advice. You have no doctor on staff? They go, no. I said, can I talk to the head scientist or building biologist or an EMRS specialist? We don't have one. So you don't have any specialists here, any experts here. So I said, okay, let me talk to your engineer. Nope, can't talk to an engineer. You got to go through your senator. So that's how Hawley got tied into this. So we finally got Sean, thank God for Sean, helped us out to get these code violations. They actually admitted these are code violations because they're putting out too many pulsing, 10,000 times to 200,000 times a day. These things are pulsing, okay? And they're acting like weapon system. And I can show you the weapon system right here, how it works. I actually have the patent on it of how the smart meter works. I got so many patents here. Look at this one here. I'm getting off topic. This is how to put people under mind control through a computer. Oh, where's my patent?
There's got to be some mind control going on. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
There's got to be. Here's my patent here. Here it is.
What's the patent number? I can try to look it up.
Patent number is US 118013944B1. This is how the smart meter works. It even shows the diagram how the smart meter works, identical to it. It tells the frequencies that how it works, how is the causes the harm. They actually call it a systems and methods for covertly creating diverse health effects in subjects. So it's basically a machine that creates harm. Gets even better. So I started looking up a little epidemiology. I can't say the word very well.
Epidemiology?
About smart technology.
Yep.
I looked up the old English word for smart means to cause harm. Look it up.
Come on.
It sure does. I'm trying to find it. Oh, here it is right here. There it is. Okay. So look up the old English word for smart. It says to cause harm. You can see that there.
They call them smart meters because they cause harm meters.
So smart meter, and I stole this acronym from a weapons expert in the UK called Mark Spiel. We communicate pretty regularly. And I said, S stands for smart, M stands for secret. No, S stands for secret, M's militarized, armaments, and residential technology. That's smart because you always use acronyms. Again, signs and symbols. Now, again, everybody else here might say this is a bunch of baloney. It doesn't matter what you think. This is what these people do. Okay. Everything's about signs and symbols and 33. And, they have all these different, symbols and 666s and all that other stuff. It's all about mind control. 666 really means mind control. Your screens on your TV, your screens on any device, the light bearer. Where does the light bearer come from? The light. Where do you get light from? All your screens. If I take my meter, which is right here, you protect, and point at your screen, it comes right about 450 nanometers is the wavelength almost every single time. You convert that to a frequency. Guess what it is?
666?
666 terahertz. Now, the terahertz unzips your DNA and rewrites your DNA. I have all the documents on it.
Come on, Rob.
Yes, it does. I got the document. It was actually I can send you my notice of liability. I sent all these clown shows. All the actors, that are pretending, they're actually doing something for you, moving the furniture around and setting the Titanic and they're burning them. They're actually blowing it up and saying that an iceberg hit it. That's those guys. I said to all of them all this stuff. Okay, and they never respond because I'm saying the truth. I have the sword. This is the sword. Okay, the truth. That's why they don't answer to the truth. They're all about celebrating.
Why are these people ignoring you? You would think somebody would take this up.
Well, I think because they're under full mind control, like this another technology. They're under mind control too. If they have Wi-Fi in the house,
what's the? Because I'm doing a story. Tomorrow's show is on mind control, so I'm doing a kind of I used to call them a podcast version, but it's where I take a subject and I kind of talk about it at length and give all the examples. What is that? I'm unaware of that one.
So what's that now?
What's the mind control patent?
Well, there's all kinds of mind control patents. I mean, okay, here's one here. A patent number is US 6488617B1. Method and device for producing a desired brain state. I have hundreds like this.
And this is
I'm
all
not saying two, I'm saying hundreds. They're all kinds like this. Okay.
Do you ever, once you start to know this, does it ever enter your mind that this is why it's very difficult to get people back into reality? You can't give them enough information. Trust me, I've been given information for 6 years. I'm fascinated that people don't see certain things. You know, some things are hypothetical, but some things are just a fact. And you can give people as much evidence as you want to. They will not agree with, you know, whether today is Thursday or not. It's insane.
Well, again, when you're under mind control, how do you know when you're under mind control?
Right.
You just don't know what you don't know.
Right.
And that's where these people are at. Even your infrared thermometer they pointed at your pineal gland. Guess what that is? That's terahertz frequencies. So I wrote a document to all my medical places I went to at the time. They could not point a temperature gun at my pineal gland because it rewrites your pineal gland. It's right here. It's a terahertz. Terahertz is trillions of times a second.
Where are you getting that info from?
It's everywhere. I mean, I have people like send it to me. I mean, you know, Lena Pugh, who's a research or a blood scientist, she's good. I mean, you ought to saw the research. She put 35-page document we sent to all these, you know, guys. And she spent 2 years writing it. She stopped 5G in her town.
Well, Trump's saying 6G is coming. What do you think 6G is going to do?
Well, I think 6G is already here. 6G is already here.
What do you think is going to happen to people? What do you think you'll see jumps in illness? Like,
give me 1 second here. I lost my screen. Something block up popped up. Sorry. There we go. Go ahead. So no, 6G is already part of 5G. Well, see, people don't understand 2G, 3G, and 4G is part of 5G. It's all the same G. They just had to come out with 2G first and 3G first and 4G first because that's what finds the target. And the 5G is a millimeter wave, which actually attacks the target. But he had to come out with the other Gs. The problem with it is it's not even 5G. It's 295G because they released 2,000 new frequencies. All the other Gs release 5 to 10 frequencies each time. Now they release 2,000. And according to Tom Wheeler, the head of the at the press club, the head of the FCC chairman, he was at the time. He said when 5G comes out, remember shots fired. Remember that saying, shots fired.
Yep.
He said 5G comes out, you need to run the other way because they're using the 5G as a backhauling to absorb all your consciousness. That's why they need these data centers to absorb all your consciousness. They're making a digital twin. And I think if I'm going by what Elon Musk said, we're going to summon the demon because he said that. We're going to summon the demon. They're going to transfer your consciousness for the demon so they can be godlike to go up to the next realm. That's why they need these data centers. Mike Adams, the head of the Health Ranger, has a huge data center. Okay, he runs on a 200 amp circuit service. No water, a 200 amp service, and he has a huge data center. He said these things are, and he's an AI promoter actually.
Right.
But even he realizes this is for opening portals. It's about some other sort of esoteric stuff that most people just can't get their hands around. So that's why they needed the flat cameras. All that's just going to, they're basically copying every part of your life and downloading into a server, and you're saving it. Then they're going to give it a consciousness, and then they're going to try to steal your soul. And that's how. I mean, this is what they actually say. And Davos,
you think it is driven by demonic forces, don't you? I can tell by the way you're talking.
Well, I think that the if you look at the way that these phones work, I think anything that's electronics, and I can do a light bulb test and it shows what type of how it corrupts the sine wave. I think it's definitely has the chip itself was what makes it dynamic. I think there's a star rim frame tied to it. There is no star, David. That's a big hoax.
Check
star rim frame.
I want to play this for you. It's clip number 5, Isaiah. So this is, guy put this out onto social media, and I was going to ask you if this is real or if you believe this to be real. And he's talking about what flock cameras can do. And I keep pushing back against AI data systems. I keep pushing back against flock cameras, 702 FISA warrants, the Patriot Act, the kill switches in your cars, the whole thing, because it just feels like there's a movement, a tech movement to either destroy humanity, surveil humanity. I don't know what they're up to, but it's so overwhelming, all the different angles they're coming at you to surveil and control you, that nobody seems to recognize, or not enough people recognize, because they allow it to happen. And then you have people within both parties that are pushing it. It's very bizarre. But I want you to check this out about flock cameras, because this is what they want to start putting in all over the nation if they haven't started already. Check this out. Tell me what you think.
Flock cameras are bad. Law enforcement now has a system that identifies you based on the signals coming off of every single device you have. And it has a public product page out there right now. I'm Marshall. I talk about cybersecurity news and things that affect everyday people like you, so please follow me to stay informed. It's called Signal Trace, made by Leonardo. It collects your Bluetooth, your Wi-Fi, your RFID signals from your phone, your smartwatch, your headphones, your car's radio, absolutely everything. Then it builds what they call an electronic fingerprint, and their website gives an example of this. So picture 70 cars drive by one of these systems. Every car has an iPhone, but not every car has the same iPhone model, same smartwatch that's on you, same headphones, same everything else. So it builds a profile based on you, not just your car's license plate anymore. So that combination is unique to you. They don't just need your license plate anymore. They don't even need a picture of your face. They just need the signals that your devices are already broadcasting. It can work in malls, subways, any public place, pretty much anywhere this can work. And then all of that information is going to get stored on a server where it can be searched for later. This isn't some random theory, it's real. There's a product page out there, and I'll put the link in the comments so you can go see it yourself.
What do you think?
I think he's right on. I mean, no one really knows for sure what's going on, but what we do know, it's not going to be good for us.
It never is.
So that's why I went to Granite City. No, Granite City is not really that close to my house, but I went there because I said, you know what? If we don't fight for those people right now, go into Franklin County, go to these counties, and now it's going to be in your backyard one way or the other. It's called the tiptoe effect. They do a little bit at a time. They start a little farther away, because all the people in the higher end areas, they got their $1 million homes, their nice little pretty car. It's not going to affect them, but it will. It'll keep coming in. It's going to shrink it in and keep caving in, because then those people are going to be pissed off moving Georgia away.
When you go into people's homes, because I think you did one of our advertisers, you did some work for her. When you come in and you inspect a home and try to find out where this, if the smart meters are causing an effect, what do you do? And is this your business? It's not your business, is it? You kind of do
No, I do this part-time. I do it because I told the Public Safety Commission, our public commission, about the utility bus farm. I don't do this at all for the money. I don't do this at all for my career. I do it because I was severely injured. It devastated me. I lost millions of dollars and lost wages. And I decided to go to school because I came from a fitness background. I thought it was interesting about frequencies. I kind of understood it. But no, I have my own home improvement company. That's where I make my living. I just do this part-time out of love of God, because no one else is going to do it. I mean, you have to be a little bit you have to be competitive. What's a great saying? I love to win, but I hate to lose even more.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I'm starting to attract all the same kind of personalities. Isaiah's that way. I'm that way. Michael and Amy, who were just on, were that way. The guy that was on Matt Kubler earlier. We're just people that believe that things can be done if you just enforce your will upon people and you bring people into the conversation and you just drag people kicking and screaming into the truth and into health. And it's just, it's a passion, right? You end up doing it and you become so addicted to trying to make things better that you're not driven by money. You're just driven by getting the truth out there. I know that's where you're at, because you get animated every time I talk to you. It's gotta be driving you crazy that you're not getting as much attention from the state of Missouri or Washington, D.C. as you deserve.
Yeah. I've been a little bit more animated lately, usually a little more calmer about it. But I just realized, you know what? I've had enough of it. I'm sick of it.
It's frustrating.
I'm sick of it. So, but I told myself I'm never going to quit. And it just doesn't do any good for my other business. Actually kind of exposes me a little bit, being a whack job. But I come with all the credentials.
You get that?
Yeah. Well, not now. In the very beginning, I did. Even my business partner was like, "Oh, don't talk about that." But now he's like, "You know what, man? You've been right the whole time. I support you. Do what you got to do." I'm like Dr. Shiva, and a building biologist, Dr. Shiva guy. I'm a big fan of Dr. Shiva. I got him as a right on the ballot. I said it, Town and Country, Whole Foods, trying to get enough signatures for the guy, because I knew that Trump was see the reason I can find out who Trump was. And again, if you're a Trump fan, that's fine. I don't want to hold against grudges anybody.
Are you a conservative, do you think, Rob?
I'm definitely conservative. I was raised Republican all my life, but I no longer became a Republican or Democrat after 1992 because I started reading the ingredients, or I found out what was in water. Because again, I support Jones Water. Water is so important that they put poison in the water called fluoride, and I found out it was actually in rat poison at the same time. And I realized, well, this really is true. They're really poisoning the water here. So there is no such thing as a left or right.
Right.
Because if there was a left or right, you eliminate that problem. You get rid of the smart meters.
That's my argument all the time. If something was really devastating to the American people or to the state of Missouri, then the other party would come in and solve it and be the hero and stay in power for a long time. But they never solve anything of consequence, ever. It's
so I don't know how much more time I have here, but I'm gonna announce a couple cool things at the end. So
Isaiah's off all day long. Just kidding, Isaiah. No, go ahead, Rob.
So I'm gonna kind of finish off with this here real quick.
Stay there. Let me get a couple advertisers in here because I got to get two more in, then two more at the end of the show. Okay. Valvoline Express Care. Rob, when you get your oil changed, it's Valvoline Express Care.
Okay, sounds good.
Express Care. And if you want some coupons, Rob, Valvoline Express Care. Our good friend Tony Clark, as he likes to say, 15 minutes from bay to on your way. No appointments, no sales pressure, no nonsense. All Valvoline branded products. There he is, Valvoline Express Care. Locations in Cape Girardeau, Missouri, Highland, Illinois, Troy, Illinois, Lee May Ferry Road, Warrenton, Missouri, Mid Rivers Mall Drive, St. Peter's Parkway, 15 minutes from bay to on your way. The best in the business, the best in class, Valvoline Express Care, and our good friend Tony Clark. Again, if you're getting ready to get an oil changed over the weekend, go to Valvoline Express Care. You can find coupons and the like there. If you do not have that sticker in your car, we cannot be friends. 15 minutes from Beta on your way, Valvoline Express Care. And then Rocket, I see Mitch is in the app, rocketcareers.com, nationwide business. Again, if you are out of work looking for a job, you can't find anybody better than Rocket Careers to help you launch a new career. They will take their network that they have from coast to coast, and they'll put you in front of businesses, in front of people that hire, and they'll get your resume in front of them so you can move off of that job that you hate, or maybe you just don't have a job, and find something that you love to do. Because when you love what you're doing, boy, life gets a lot better. Launch a new career with rocketcareers.com. And finally, if you are a business and HR doesn't get it done, or maybe you don't have an HR department because you can't afford it, small to medium-sized businesses rely on rocketcareers.com. They'll get the right candidates before you. They, again, have a network from coast to coast. So if you're looking for any kind of job, doesn't matter what it is, be blue collar, white collar, red collar, pink collar, doesn't matter what collar it is, whatever kind of job you've got, they will help you out. Rocket, ROCKIT careers.com. Nicest thing I could say about Mitch and Brian is they actually care about you. So when you call them up and you're down on your luck, you're out of a job, they want to get that job done for you. If you hate your job and you're like, boy, I just need to do something different, they will work their tails off. Their entire business will work their tails off to help you launch a new career. Rocketcareers.com, ROCKIT careers.com, 636-778-2419, 636-778-2419. All right, Rob, give me what you got. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but we're trying to space these out. I was told I need to space out my advertisers. We've had so much love, Rob. You know, when we were on the radio station working together, we have doubled our advertising base since we left, really tripled our advertising base since we left. It has been one of the most gratifying things that's ever happened to me. I know you've been a big supporter of mine, and I appreciate it very much. So move on. Let me see.
Yeah, so I want to talk about People's Lobby real quick. Your what you got going on. So yes. I want to, before I do leave, I do want to give out some free stuff. You know, I like to give away some free stuff. So if anybody wants to donate $5 a month to People's Lobby, I will send you a $200 value for free. It's a PDF, How to Become Your Own Building Biologist. Now, this information is, what do I do with it over here? Oh, it's right here in front of me. Yeah, so it's basically a big, thick booklets like this, and I actually pay for the books. I'll send the PDF, and the author, Andrew McAfee, gave me permission that as long as I send the full PDF, I can send it to as many people as I want. How to Become Your Own Building Biologist. You don't even need to hire me. It's a $200 value. I'll send it to you absolutely for free. If you want any studies, you want to see how TeraHertz rips apart the DNA from MIT, right here. You want to see all the stats, I have 16,000 research studies. You read, you want 73% of the 16,000 research studies say find harm, and the other one cannot find harm, but they don't say it's safe. So what I'm going to do for you is it's
nice of you.
$5 a month. I'll send a picture. Just take a picture of what you donate, $5, and I need to get your email somehow so you can.
How do people find you, Rob? We'll put it up on the screen.
So the best way, I'm gonna give my personal email because it can handle more stuff to send. So my personal email is Workman, WORKMAN, LAW 23 at gmail.com. So workmanlaw23 at gmail.com. That is the best way to reach me. You can call my cell phone if you want to. I would not answer it. It goes to voicemail. I'll call you back on landline.
I'm the same way.
If you want to text me, that's fine. It's 314-517-1608. And then I'm more than happy to talk to you on the phone as well for a few minutes. If you want to donate $200 or more, okay, just take a picture of that. You get all that. Plus, I actually talk to you on the phone for an hour if you want to. And then I'll come to your house and do a quick check for 30 minutes. Okay. Now, if someone wants to donate to People's Lobby now, I'm working all for free here. I'm not charging nothing.
All right.
So if people want to donate $500 or more, I'll give you a free consultation at your house. It's 4 or 5 hours usually it takes to get all done. Give your house an EKG, give you all the PDFs, all included, all for free. I can do just a quick check if you want to as well, or I can do a full blown survey of the home to find out, to show exactly how these data centers will push this energy into your house through your water pipe and through the neutral and through the grounds. I'll show you how it's done and show you with my equipment what it's going to look like when it does happen. It's already happening now, but you'll see it even more. All that's done for free. One last one. If someone wants to spend $750 or more, you'll get all that for free, an hour consult on the phone. And I do have the very first ever in Missouri, I have a Tesla generator. So this is
let me see that thing.
What's that?
Let me see that thing. You have
Tesla plasmas. Hold on, this is cool stuff. I have a waiting list for this. I can carry this thing around, man. This is like cool stuff here. So I told you we have a lot of fun today.
Yes.
I get a little amped up, but that's okay. So I'm gonna turn this baby on here, and this is actually the Tesla. So it's only 1,300 ever made. Now this is not your typical Tesla. Can you guys still see that?
There you go. Face it down. There you go.
All right. So I'm going to turn this on now. I might lose the screen, but that's okay. We're toward the end anyway.
What's this do?
Because it's actually pulling plasma out of the air. Now remember, our Lord and Savior Donald Trump's uncle, who's worked for the CIA, stole the technology from Nikola Tesla.
I've heard that story. My buddy Jeff has said the same thing to me many times.
It's actually on their website. Because they want to. And actually, Donald Trump's real name, his last name was Trump. He changed it.
Come on, is that true?
It's Trump, yeah, Trump. He changed it, just like Netanyahu. They always change their names. All right, so I'm going to set this down, and then I'm going to turn it on. See if it turns on here. Give me a second.
I love it.
All right, now I got it. So.
How about that? Immediately, Isaiah.
He knew it too. He said, I'm probably going to lose the screen.
How crazy is that?
That's so wild.
Is that unbelievable?
Yeah. Just like that.
Absolutely incredible. You got to text him back and tell him we lost him. He doesn't even know. He's probably putting on his
the best show ever.
Yeah. I want to see it now. Now I got to see it.
There he is.
Okay, you got me back. Anyway, I don't want to turn it on again because it actually pulls so much energy out of the computers. It makes the screens go.
All right, one more time. See if it does it again. I just want to see if it does it again because that's crazy.
All right, let me do it again. Turn it on.
There it goes. Just like that, Rob.
Is that unbelievable?
That's pretty wild. That's wild.
Holy cow. All right, bring her back in. That is too funny when he comes back on.
There you go. I'm going to move this down.
So
you got the idea.
So that goes off as soon as you do it for what reason?
So what it does is pulling plasma. I guess you call it scalar waves, but it's pulling plasma out of the air. It's free energy. Okay, that's why I know these data centers are a scam because they keep using free energy like plasma. So Tesla invents it. Obviously, the CIA gets a hold of it, which ended up being one of Donald Trump's uncles. Okay, they steal the technology from Tesla, and some crazy scientist in Mexico figures it out. Okay, so I said, oh, it looks pretty interesting. You know, I said, you know, I'd rather not pay for mainstream type of medicine as little as possible. And I said, I'm going to go ahead and invest in this piece of equipment here. If it's a big scam, I guess I lost $12,000. But I got it, and I can't tell you, I love it for my workouts. I tell you right now, if the St. Louis Cardinals really wanted to win the World Series, I say this wholeheartedly. If they had this, I was a pitcher. Okay, I know what it's like to be bruised up. I know what it's like to be sore. This cures any pain within seconds. I've had electricians come to my house and, hey, I have a bad shoulder for 20 years. They used this thing for 30 minutes. It's gone. Never came back. I literally have clients, friends of mine, not my clients, that's come to my house on a religious basis. They just can't get over what it does. It is pretty remarkable. It won't cure everything, I don't think, but boy, I tell you what, it's just been unbelievable when it comes to healing. So injuries, you pull a muscle of some sort, you rip a muscle, it heals it really super quick.
Wow, no kidding. Well,
there's thousands of testimonies. They're all legit. I'm telling you, I've checked it out. I've looked into it now I've had this for a year and a half. I just said nothing about it.
Rob, I got friends at the Cardinals. I got friends in the organization.
We have got to have it. I'm telling you, I was a pitcher. I used to pitch every 2 days because I didn't throw that hard. I could throw forever. I could throw for 15 innings. That's he's called the Robb arm because I can throw. I wouldn't throw that hard though.
Rubber
I
arm.
could throw forever. Well, I was sore sometimes after doing that. Well, I tell you, put a Tesla on, within an hour, it's gone. All soreness, completely gone. And I promise you, they'll freak out. It's that good when it comes to injuries and pain and inflammation. It helps a lot more than I've heard cancer. I've heard people who get injured from the vaccine. They've had vaccines, their bodies recuperated after that, like almost immediately. Lyme disease, all these types of stuff. So people ask me all the time, how do you keep going all the time? You're injured, you're sick, you got EMFs. I said, because I have the Tesla. It really makes that much of a difference. So I talked to Dr. Simon Yu about it. He wants me to come bring it in and show it to the staff as well. I just met him last week.
Which one is he? Is he the doctor?
Dr. Simon Yu is one of the top doctors in St. Louis. He's an internist, and he specializes in parasites. And so he watched me go through the full recovery of almost feeling like I was from dying to now where I'm at today. And he was like, well, what'd you do? I said, well, I mean, I obviously followed a lot of your protocols. I said, but I've done a lot of energy work, but now I got the Tesla. And I said, everything just responds faster. So I'm on another round with him. I used to do it like 3 or 4 times a year, but now I do it once a year. And the response I've gotten this time around, the ability to take my medication, detoxification medication, used to would just drain me, and I'd be exhausted. I couldn't really work out. I get kind of go into a little bit of depression. But with this thing right here, I don't have any of that anymore. So this makes everything easier.
Are they available anywhere, Rob, or is that the end of it?
No, you can get them. It's go to tzla.club, and a guy named Jeff Burrick has been promoting it for years. And I have to say, man, it's legit. It's not a scam.
tzla.club.
And you go there. Here's how they do it, because the FCC or FDA, one of the criminal organizations, will shut you down. So what they do is you join the club. You don't buy the machine. You buy the club membership. Then they give you the machine. See how they do it?
Yes.
That way they can't get you at the borders. Oh, this is a FDA unapproved pieces of equipment. Oh no, they're just joining the club, and it looks like a science. It looks like a tackle box.
Yeah, it looks like a tackle box. That's exactly
that's what it looks like. So they have no idea. They think it's like a science experiment. So that's kind of how they put it. They say it's a science experiment type club.
I got to get you hooked up with the Cardinals, because they probably don't know anything about it. But you're right. If you're an athlete, you're always
because they're caught up in the matrix, man. That's the matrix.
I know. I got buddies that say the same thing. I got a guy used to do a show called The Conspiracy Farm. His name's Jeff Wilson. I just did his podcast just recently, and he's been talking about the same things you just said since I met him. He said, Mitch Mandel said something. Another friend of ours that said free energy's been around for a long time. It's just that they hide this information from us.
Oh, there's free. Yeah, you run carburetor on water. I was in Mexico, and a guy actually talked all about it. He had all the technology, and the same thing, they shut him down. It's just how it works.
Somebody said your dog started barking when you turned on that thing.
Oh yeah, probably so. Yeah, well, you have to hold it in a certain spot. There's some techniques you have to use, but because I wasn't set up right here, I kind of shocked myself. So I actually had a lot of fun there. But I do it with no clothes on, so I take my shirt off and put it on that way, and that way it doesn't shock you at all that way. But if you put it through synthetic, this is synthetic. It can sometimes a little bit kind of tingle a little bit.
Dude, you are too much, man. I love when you're on.
I was going to say, do you guys know this doctor, Dr. Tom? I can't say his last name, but he has something called the Energy Room in Fenton. My wife is a chiropractor, Robert, and so we own a practice here in St. Clair, but she actually originally worked for Dr. Tom here, and he has I believe it's a Tesla coil. I think he has one in his office. And then he has a whole energy room where you go in and there's all these frequencies and things like that, which is very interesting. So thought you'd want to know about him if you didn't know about him already. So
I've heard of that room. There's a Dr. Kessinger too, like in Raleigh, that I know very well, chiropractor, but he doesn't know nothing about this technology. But no, I've heard about that room. But yeah, anytime you get around like-minded people, that's great. Another thing before we do go, I think you Mike, it's kind of fun. This is actually on the front cover.
Can we get you? Can you get him back on, or is he blocked out on us?
His camera is frozen.
Your camera's frozen, Rob.
Oh,
can you click out and back on?
Yeah, let me. Can I do that? Yeah,
give me one and back on. Oh, there he goes.
I love his energy. He cracks me up.
Yeah. So with this Dr. Tom, he actually got a building next to our church because the frequencies, I guess, that are some healing frequencies. He got close enough to the church because the frequencies go out, they're not just close to you. It goes out for like a mile, apparently. And so he got a building next to our church so that the frequencies would encompass our church too, which is super interesting.
Really?
Yeah. And he really is a huge believer because his son was cured of Lyme disease by chiropractic and using this energy in conjunction with chiropractic.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Very, very interesting.
I'm hoping Rob can bounce back on.
I know. Whenever my wife comes on to talk about insurance, we can also pick her brain about it. She knows way more than I do about it.
I get the biggest kick out of this.
I'm mumbling through it right now, basically.
She knows more than you do?
Oh, just a little bit, no.
A little bit.
He's way smarter than me. Just like your wife, I'm sure you feel sometimes.
Not even close.
Yeah. It's like I can't stay in school that long. Yeah.
That's my problem.
Yeah.
It is. I think I could have been a doctor, an attorney, anything, but I could not. I just don't want to be in. I don't want to be in school for another.
I have too many arguments with the teachers. You know what I mean? I challenge.
Did you really?
Teachers. Oh yeah. It's just.
Well, we'll wait for Rob. Let me get Rack Custom Coatings in.
Yeah.
Actually, I got who do we got here first? We got
Moe's Rack and Rick Babbitt's
Moe's Pizza. When it's time for lunch, it's time for Moe's Pizza out in Washington, Missouri. As he likes to say, God owns the place. He just works there. Delicious salad and pizza bar. Get out there and get yourself some salad and pizza. Chicken wings, sandwiches, delicious ice cream. And anytime there's a banquet or any kind of get-together and you're near Washington, Missouri, always think Moe's Pizza. For birthday parties, anniversaries, political meetings, Bible studies, any kind of get-together, it is Moe's Pizza, a landmark in Washington, Missouri. Great people, Mike and Brenda Johns. Check them out in Washington, Missouri at the corner of Grand and 5th Street. Again, when it's time for lunch, it's always Moe's Pizza. Get there. And then Rack Custom Coatings, locally owned and operated since 2001. He likes to say, Rob, remember, family owned, locally owned, and operated since 2001. This is our friend Rich McQuay, and he does industrial flooring. He does garage flooring. I talk about it every day. The garage flooring is something that just changed the complete complexion of my home. I absolutely loved it. Had a buddy of mine do it. That's what it looks like for big industrial spaces. That's probably a hangar. That's probably a school. Just absolutely terrific work. And it's not real expensive. That's the other thing. You have great flooring. The price isn't over the top. 636-398-5040. Try it again. 636-398-5040. Installs industrial strength, long-lasting coatings built to handle anything your home or business can throw at it. And from garages to commercial spaces, Rack, R-A-K, Custom Coatings delivers tough, beautiful finishes that last. Where quality meets work, where quality meets craftsmanship, call them at 636-398-5040 or check out all of their work at rackcustomcoatings.com, rackcustomcoatings.com. And then finally, our man, Rick Babbitt. Boy, he got some great feedback on his show the other day. Rick Babbitts, yourcaringadvisor.com, not your cookie cutter financial planner. He is a financial planning expert. 314-671-0525. Again, he's done great for us. I think everybody that calls Rick realizes he knows a lot about a lot of things, but he really knows finance inside and out, backwards and forwards, the history, everything. So if you have money to protect, if you have money to save, if you're nearing retirement, always get an opinion. It could be a second, a third, a fourth, or a fifth. Doesn't matter, but get Rick Babbitts' opinion. 314-671-0525. Your caring advisor.com. 314-671-0525. All right, Rob's trying to get back in, he said.
Awesome.
Says device not connected now.
Yeah. I would imagine that it had something to do with the Tesla coil.
So he does the Tesla coils and he goes silent on us.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What a bummer. I want him to finish that up.
Please. There he is.
Yeah,
there you are, Rob. You're coming
back.
back.
You just can't see me, I don't think. Or I can't see myself. Can you hear me at least?
We can hear you.
Can you? But you can't see me.
Can't see a black screen.
Oh, okay, that's a bummer.
Your Tesla machine took out your computer.
It did. I have to turn it on, turn it back off. But it doesn't ruin it. I've had it. You know, I have downstairs usually in another room and with another computer, and I've had it for a year and a half and never destroyed the computer once. It just you just have to restart it. Sometimes.
No worries. How'd you want to finish?
Well, I think that's it.
Was it a visual?
What's that?
Was it a visual?
It was a visual, but that's okay. We can't do a visual this time. But no, I just wanted people to realize that, number one, the data centers are not your friend. I think a lot of people are figuring that out. But we got to do what we got to do. We need to stop it. And then feel free to give me a call if you want to talk for a few minutes. Sometimes I've taken over 800 phone calls, but I've only ran 200 surveys. So a lot of them, I just give them information to help them out. I am doing a survey actually in Everett, Illinois. Abby's probably listening today. We're going to go out there and probably have 20, 30 people be there. Invite any newscaster wants to go there. L.A. Davis actually wanted to show up there to see how this is going to work and how the problems are already there and how the grid's a problem. It should be a 4-wire system, not a 3-wire system. And it definitely should not have the neutrals too small. Even Edison, who invented the 3-wire system, said that it should be insulated from the ground so that return current should never touch the ground. Edison even said that. So what do? We go ahead, run it in the ground. Europe doesn't do it. Russia doesn't do it, but we do it. That's intent. All they got to do is print money. They can't say to do it to save money. All they got to do is print money.
You think it's intentional? You do, don't you?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Now, again, at a lower level, they're not going to figure it out. They're just reading script, including probably the CFO or CEO of Amber. They're just doing what they're told. But at the highest level, you don't do this. This has been known since 1890. If you corrupt the sine wave, or you return current runs in the ground, you're going to cause a lot of problems because it's going to be attracted to anything that's metal. And my friends over there at Granite City, that's why they're pushing so hard. If that data center goes, it's going to travel on all those railroad tracks, anything metal, all those water pipes, a lot of old homes over there, and that current's going to get in there. And anything above, anything around the 10 kilohertz and 20 kilohertz is extremely toxic. And those switching mechanisms from those power supplies and the variable speed motors are going to be in that area. And those are very, very known to be very biologically active, especially above 2 kilohertz. And then 1 kilohertz, actually, according to the last bit of information I got watching the World Economic Forum, saying that the 68 billion neurons that you have in your brain, we can manipulate them with 1 kilohertz, which is actually a frequency that's generated by some of these switchable power supplies, which runs in your wiring. So they should be using MC cable around the wiring in our house, but we use Romax. Romax doesn't block the electrical field. No one knows this. And that electrical field is not a 60-year cycle anymore because of all the dirty power from the switchable power supplies. That is what's making it so biologically active. And a lot of people are fine with Wi-Fi. They're fine with their cell phones all these years, like I was for years. No problems. I'm fine. And then they put a smart meter on my house, and then I started using the iPad, and that's what triggered it. It was one more different frequency my body didn't like. And if I said, okay, I've had enough. Then you're injured for 2 to 7 years it takes to recuperate from this. 2 to 7 years.
Good Lord.
Some people just commit suicide because that's that bad.
Yeah, you can't get healthy. You go nuts. When I get back into town, I'm going to be in town in mid-June. I'm going to have a get-together. I'm going to call you up, Rob. You should come.
Oh, absolutely.
Just spreading, business and spreading politics and, just getting people, a foundation of people that are working together that are like-minded. So I'll call you about that. Thanks, brother, for coming on. And then I want to do, we might come out and video you doing one of your inspections.
You should do that. I'll do it any place, any politician. Hey, Keogh, hey, Governor Keogh, just so you know, governmente means mind control. You're governing, you're controlling. Break the word down. It's all in the definition. I got a dictionary. You look at it right now.
Everett Jones says that to me all the time. He said everything's in the words if people knew what they meant.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, I have nothing against Governor Keogh because he's just following a script as well. Everybody's following scripts.
Sure seems like it. They get done what they want to get done, and all you.
I love everybody. I even love our good friend Fox News.
Fox News Holly, we love him.
I still love him. I really do. He's a sharp guy. He's an attorney.
A brilliant guy.
Dr. Bob Honor, great guys. I mean, they're all great guys. But okay, wow, okay, print some money for me. What about my lost wages? Print $3.5 million I've lost.
Amen to that.
Amen
to that. All right, brother. Enjoy your day. I appreciate all you do for everybody. I appreciate you coming on the show. I'll be in touch with you a little bit later on because I do want to get, I think I'm going to video you doing the inspections, and then I'll fill you in on what we're doing mid-June.
Yeah, sounds great. Do it anytime, any place.
You got it, brother. Enjoy the day.
Bye.
Rob Workman. He's something else, ain't he, Isaiah?
Yeah, I loved it.
Don't you love that energy, man? I love it.
It reminds me of a guy.
He would light up.
Scientist from a pretty conspiratorial show that I watched called Skinwalker Ranch. It's about like UFOs and things like that. And so that's kind of they're running experiments and different things like that and talking about the frequencies. And they're always hearing this on this ranch in Utah. They're always getting this 1.6 gigahertz frequency. That's a space earth communication frequency, and just all these different things that I don't necessarily think about, but I know smarter people than me, they're analyzing all that stuff and breaking it down and talking about the EMF radiation and
he's into it.
Yeah, all those things. So
you should see what it did to his body. I mean, it basically shrunk him down to nothing.
Wow.
And he figured out what it was. I mean, he's got a long story about how he figured out that that's what was causing the problem. And it's a crazy story. How about this though? I got to check this one out. Just one of our listeners says, I'm a conservative from Texas. I'm a Christian who believes we are to honor Israel. I love the USA. I'm an avid Trump supporter, and I've listened to John Hagee every Sunday for decades. Why am I here? I like to hear all sides of any discussion, and I do love a good conspiracy theory. I also enjoy your show. What bothers me is with all of the negative Trump talk, how do Republicans win the midterms? Who is this? What's this lady's name? Stacy, thank you for that. I appreciate it very much. I think what you think is negative Trump talk is us questioning what Donald Trump is doing. I had this conversation with somebody
last night. People saying that questioning Israel is anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I get it. In fact, we have one of those. We have Netanyahu saying that. Yeah. It's clip number one. Play that real fast, Isaiah, then we'll call it a day. It's clip number one. This is Netanyahu being asked if being anti-Israel means you're anti-Semitic. And I mean anti-Israeli government. And I think that's the distinction that some people either recognize or don't. But here's a little bit of that conversation just yesterday.
The kind of recriminations and the kind of lies that are leveled at the Jewish people over the centuries are now being leveled at the Jewish state. There's no difference. No difference. We deliberately kill children. We perform genocide. We're poisoning the wells.
The haters say there's a difference between being anti-Israel and anti-Semitic.
Oh yeah, they say we're not we're not against the Jewish people. We just don't think there should be a Jewish state. We're not against Americans.
Or we just don't like the Israeli government.
We just don't like, we're not against Americans. We just don't think there should be an America. And it's not the Israeli government. All Israeli governments will fight or should fight to protect our people or will disappear. So here's the difference, Sarah. In previous times, previous centuries, we were vilified, and then two things happened. We were either thrown out of a country or destroyed in that country, eliminated. And this culminated in the greatest horror of them all, the greatest massacre of them all, the Holocaust. Since the birth of the State of Israel, we're still being vilified. But when they come to slaughter us, we say, no more, never again. And we fight back.
Can I give Stacy just a real quick why we believe what we believe? Can I do that for real fast, Isaiah? Let me see if I can find it here. So this I played 1,000 times, Stacey, if you're just new to the show, or if you haven't heard this before. Listen to what is said here. This is a State Department official testimony before Congress. Check this out.
Mr. Burchett for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Mr. Roman, are you aware that we are sending $40 million a week to the Taliban?
Yes, sir.
Can you name other instances of foreign aid going to terrorist organizations?
We have assisted al-Shabaab in Somalia. There's been instances of the Khamsi network in Sudan, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, Kataiba Hezbollah, Hayat Tahrir al-Shams in Syria. Dozens of terror organizations have received indirect assistance from U.S. foreign aid.
I think that's really important to understand, because our belief system is that the United States and Israel and other partners around the world, we send money to build what we would call terror structures around the world. Those terror structures cause havoc in any particular country, and then our military comes in to solve the problem along with Israel. We just think it's a process for continual war. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. That's the economy, the technological industrial complex, the military industrial complex, and the financial industrial complex. That's who runs the show. The money's up top. The technology is being built, and there's certain people that have more technology than others as far as countries are concerned. And then there's the military and financial and technology. Those are the three structures that kind of run the world. And we think Israel's right in the middle of it. We're not mad at Israel. You mad at Israel, Isaiah?
No.
I'm not mad at Israel. I think Israel's doing what's best for them. I just don't know that it's best for us. I don't know that soldiers going off to continually fight war, because that's what props up the economy, is necessarily a good thing. I think we should maybe take a look at that. And if we can make changes, I just see that Donald Trump says if there is a war powers resolution, he will veto it, Isaiah. So if Congress, because it's another thing we just disagree with on Donald Trump, we're in an unconstitutional war right now with Iran. Mm-hmm. Congress has to approve the war, period. That's what the Constitution says. That's so we don't have dictators starting wars that the people don't want, because the House reps are your people. Right now, Congress is pushing back against the war with Iran, and Donald Trump says he's going to veto the legislation that's already in the Constitution. These are things you should be concerned about. That's all. That's all we're saying. We don't hate Donald Trump. I voted for him 3 times. I campaigned for him. I spent a lot of time and energy trying to get the man elected, and caused me friendships, family, everything else. I've said it a million times. But nonetheless, you have to question authority, or authority will roll you over. You cannot get so ideological that common sense is thrown out the window. That's all I'll say about that. Isaiah, fair?
Fair enough.
Anything else you got for today?
Just a reminder, what Robert was saying, donate, different levels of donation there, and be sure.
We should cut that, Isaiah, and we'll cut that for Rob. And then that way we can, if people want to do that, we can take advantage of it.
That's his email right there. You can go ahead and I'll turn the comments off, make it easier to read right there.
Should open up an office for that Tesla machine if it gets rid of pain.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that was a big portion of the revenue when I was talking business side of things for his office with him, is that was a way he grew his office revenue, was, starting this energy room separate from the chiropractic firm. So very, very interesting.
I want to
he was just doing it for his son. And then people started coming to him, and then he's like, well, there's something here. Maybe I should, kind of look into this.
Make a business out of it.
Yeah, make a business out of it. And so that's the best types of businesses, is when you're not trying to do something and people start coming to you. It's, that works out really well for you. But he was, Robert Workman was saying, if you donate $5, we'll send you a free PDF. Different levels there, all the way up to, I think he stopped at 750, if I remember. And these are monthly.
We get a $750 donation, I'll be really happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
He got a lot of feedback. You see all the people responding to him?
Yeah. He was asking for monthly recurring donations. I don't think we need someone to pay $750.
Oh, no. If somebody does $750, it's just a one-time deal. Yeah.
Yeah. So
we've had some of those. I've had people give, thousands, and, but we never end up with a ton of money, because even then, when you put on events, you're $2,000-$3,000 to put on an event.
Oh yeah.
So it's you want 3 events, and all of a sudden the money's gone.
If you need some materials, or if you need to maybe pay a speaker who wants some money or something like that, right? So it costs money. But yeah, go to peopleslobbymo.com, donate there, and send a screenshot or forward the email for the confirmation of the donation to workmanlaw23@gmail.com right there. And he will set you up some free resources, or sounds like he'll even come into your house and do a free test if you donate a large enough donation. So we'll get.
And if you want to support Isaiah,
yes.
Isaiah, every time we mention it, somebody gives you money, which is, I probably should mention it more since every time I mention it, you do well. So Isaiah has on the X profile, is that where it's at? At the Robb Carter on X?
If you're on YouTube or Rumble, it's the pinned comment on the live chat right now.
And then how do they go about it?
They just click that. If you're on Rumble or YouTube, you can click that link. That'll take you directly there. If you're on X and you're clicking the link that's pinned on Robb's profile, that opens up the link tree. And then you'll want to click the first link right there. It says support the Robb Carter Show. And that'll take you to the coffee platform to support.
And Isaiah gets all that cash.
Yes. Well, my babysitter gets it all.
So you got 500 the first month. That's not bad.
Not bad. Still not covering it, but close. Close.
We'll get there.
It's like $1,200 a month for my babysitter. So
yes. And can I prep tomorrow just a little bit?
That's what I was going to say. We got to tease it.
You're going to be a very wealthy man. So tomorrow, what I want to do is I wanted to get away from the daily grind of just talking about what's going on with Trump and Israel. And it's a daily grind to talk about it. We're trying to get people to at least contemplate it. That's where we're coming from.
Yeah.
And whether you do or you don't, whether your ideological, your ideology is just.
Well, the war just stopped 30 minutes ago again. So
what's that? The war stopped
30 minutes ago.
The war's over again. Fantastic.
It's over again.
But I like to do podcast style stuff where we just take a subject and we talk about it. So tomorrow, we're going to have fun tomorrow. You're going to really enjoy tomorrow's show. It is the history of mind control. I've done these podcasts before. I might even talk to Robb to get a little bit more information about what he's got there from a technological standpoint.
Again, what's that guy's name? Nicholas
Tesla?
Hypnotist guy.
Oh, yeah. I should bring him back on. But we're going to go into mind control. We'll go into Kathy O'Brien.
Yeah.
We'll go back to the origins. We'll talk a little about the book Chaos, which I love so much, and I'll just talk about what we learned there. We'll put together some video and some conversation. But if you're into conspiracies, I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think it's real. I really do. I think that mind control is something that's real. I think they've been studying it for probably centuries, and I think they have perfected it through technology. And that when I see people that can't have a rational conversation in the year 2026 with otherwise very smart people, but they get into certain topics and they just can't even hear them. It's just like, it's like pedophilia, right? You don't want to see pedophilia because it's too horrific to even look at. So you just pretend that it's not there. Well, they'll do this with politics. They'll do this with certain issues. And COVID is the biggest one. Yeah. COVID told me that people could be brainwashed, right? If you're going to run up and get a needle put in your arm by this government, right? By this government, and you don't even know what's in it because you're going to say grandma when it's 90% effective, 80%, 50% of not effective at all, and then stand on dots and put masks and visors over your face, you're brainwashed.
Mm-hmm.
Fact is let me get it here. Hang on.
Hantavirus.
Jack! That's a fact, Jack!
It is a fact that you were brainwashed. That's just the way it is.
Hantavirus is a what is that? The side effect, right?
Hantavirus is a side effect from the COVID vaccines, apparently. Yeah. Right. But if you were wearing masks and visors and standing on dots at the grocery stores and walking in a single file line up and down the rows at Walmart, odds are that you were brainwashed through misinformation, and you took the misinformation as true. It sunk into the back of your psyche, and then you were freaked out every time you saw somebody who didn't have a mask covering their entire face. That's brainwashing. And it happened to 65-70% of our country, Isaiah. Yeah. Right. So you got to recognize it within yourself, or we're never going to get out of this mess, because the technology is getting to the point where we can really get ourselves into trouble, it appears to me.
Yeah.
So anyway, the history of mind control tomorrow. Join in for that. Isaiah, thanks for sticking around. I know this was a long one today.
Of
what do
course.
we do, 2 hours today?
No, it's the Thursdays are a good day. Wednesdays and Thursdays are good days. So
4 hours.
For me.
4 hours of live. What do we get for this 4 hours?
I know.
Come on, there's got to be some kind of medal you get for 4 hours live. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. on the Robb Carter Show. Talk to you soon, Isaiah.
See you guys.